house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main culprit. There is a completely different site that actually took credit for the harassment that veered into actual criminality. For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to be referring to this website as Website Zero, like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users didn't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Claire's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The doc stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her account, her Uber account, even directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack. From here, she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland to flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26 to August 29. Website Zero identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob. Keffels blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand, he left comments on Website Zero, and Website Zero was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself.
Yep.
Except Northern Irish police did not pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they were knocking at the door. Compared to what happened in Canada when I got an assault rifle pointed at me, that's nothing. Cops are playing with a cat here.
That's interesting that the Canadians are also so militarized, the police there. I didn't realize.
Police were calm during this incident because Keffels was not swatted. It was a wellness check from someone afraid she was in danger. The person who contacted police reached out to Destiny to explain they were worried about a stalker. They specifically refute the idea they called in a stabbing. On the H3H3 podcast, Keffel stated that the swatting had mentioned a stabbing, but that there were no guns when they visited. This link shows the armed response unit, which is deployed for when someone reports a stabbing in active situation. There's a picture there that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffels gave on the H3H3 podcast about being swatted here is utter horseshit. And if you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassing her. As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment was largely perpetrated by a now defunct group on Website Zero known as Vile. Vile doxed several people related to #DropKiwiFarms, including Keffels and the owner of the DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as their signature is present in the pastes themselves. Some of their known techniques include using fake emergency data requests to impersonate government officials. They also use stolen passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information. That info was then used for extortion. This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and charged in March of 2023. Now, while the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement did their job, the important distinction here, though, is what Vile did was criminal. There is legal recourse for extortion. Amongst the many crimes they committed, Kiwi Farms, on the other hand, is still entirely legal, which is why she has to poison the well against them. Her motivations are especially curious given this DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting, where she flatly stated she didn't want to talk about Kiwi Farms anymore. Later on, Clara admitted she targeted the site not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
All of us are here talking about like website X. We're all talking about how bad it is, how it's like a secret, how we don't speak the name of it, but everyone knows it and everyone's worried about it. And it's like, it sounds like the perfect website for a campaign for them to get dropped by their fucking service provider. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think the momentum is there for that though. Like, with the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, it was just really opportune timing. I had all this media attention on me, and journalists were like following every fucking thing I said and did. And I didn't even know about the second website until they went after me.
Yeah, but when you describe it as like a worse version of the same website, but whoa, please don't talk about it. That's crazy.
Well, it's like
It's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwi Farms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwi Farms for the actions of another separate community. It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of Website Zero as the actions of Website Zero that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails to address this in a satisfying way.
Question, Caffles, to you. So basically, if there's another website that's doing things as malicious or more malicious than the Kiwi Farms post, I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous. They also don't have as many active users because the people who, on the other side, the people who do it, they're more technically skilled in what they do. But also because they had more extensive documentation of my family, and I didn't want to put that out there. I think that's reasonable, right? Like, I don't want my family to get hurt.
Sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwi Farms. Like, this place is doxing you, this person's posting tons of your information.
Why do you
It's
defend
stalking
Kiwi
you to
Farms so
multiple...
much? I think
It makes you wonder if she wasn't willing to go after the site because she was actually afraid. Why did she target Kiwi Farms in the first place? Why continuously lie about the site being down to your followers? Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site? Is there something that she was trying to hide? So 47 minutes in, you probably know that I have to address the big, massive elephant in the room, okay? Horton hears a who, boyos. The reason for this is because I don't even think we can begin to have this conversation without showing now definitively that Keffels, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally warped and obfuscated, and even questioning it will get you labeled a transphobe, okay? So, and I'm not a transphobe, I'm bringing this up, okay? This is a very, this is a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment from Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true, there is truth to the idea they'll call just about anyone a groomer just because that they're trans. However, this has allowed Keffels to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions and pretend as if there's nothing she has personally done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms, the big bad farms. At the end of the day, if documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself. Keffels will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability, and it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones and Catboy Ranch. In June of 2022, Clara began sponsoring the DIY HRT directory. For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote-unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical-grade medications simply imported from other countries, the site also offers a number of homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen, in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexualized depictions of young boys cross-dressing. Again, I have to blur this out because it is actually a violation of YouTube's TOS, with text on the box that reads, "Keep out of reach of parents." It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category of shota or loli, which Keffels has given her own opinion of in the past. It's already questionable to endorse what are effectively unregulated drugs. It's even worse to explicitly advocate for their use by minors. Keffels bragged about donating thousands of dollars a year to the site to help people get access to HRT before the age of 18. She said, "I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down." The directory was even added as a link to her website, with an accompanying chat command. By then, she was marketing her community as a safe space for teenagers. As a former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say, to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down. I have no opposition to providing safe access to HRT for trans people who need them.
Nope.
Right? That's just a thing. If
Yep.
doctors can come in and there's a way to safely do
Just
it,
like
100%,
marijuana to cancer
but the proper
patients.
people involved, not me, not Keffels the activist, both of us are clearly not doctors, sure. But it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals with shady histories like Keffels and deceitful messaging to illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors. The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe. Chloe and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffels for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 minors on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly sending HRT to minors. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bathtub estrogen. No one tell them I've helped more than one minor order. I don't groom children, I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency, and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The directory does, in fact, take cryptocurrency, and at one point even instructed minors on how to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor, get a trusted adult to purchase Bitcoin for you, or go to your local BTC ATM. Chloe has also referenced minors in relation to an act known as pink pilling, the act of convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions. Pink pilling minors is based, actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT. I have unironically pink pilled like half a dozen minors, and by pink pill, I mean point them to HRT resources after they reach out. So when this was brought to the public's attention, several changes to the site were made. They removed Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals and implemented a site-wide age warning. This seems to contradict their explicit advocacy for minors to use the site. 2 days later, Chloe announced she would no longer be involved in the directory. Keffels similarly distanced herself and her sponsorship vanished. She has tried to downplay her accusation ever since, and this is what she had to say earlier this year when questioned about the directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month and they put my website link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors, and I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it, she was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pink pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I wanted you on this stream because I have a lot of trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta like chill your pink pilling stuff.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and how to, access DIY HRT. And so I have this site, which people already sending a link in chat, is DIYHRT.github.io. If the mods want to like plug that, that would be amazing. And
so while Chloe has since disappeared from the internet, there was actually a new development. It was discovered that shortly after retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020.
Mr. Dong.
In 2020, on about 7:18 a.m., an individual wearing
Oh no.
a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to
Nova Scotia. It was a Canadian bank robber. A trans-Canadian bank robber. You know, that's still not as rare as me. I'm rarer.
the teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police 30 seconds after I leave the door. Give me all your money. No bug money." The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash in the box, and the robber then left the bank with the box of cash. The teller locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called. This individual is identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found, reported to police, and they retrieved $5,190 in cash, and Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the Criminal Notebook, a free resource on Canadian criminal law, says the average sentence in Alberta for this exact type of crime is 4 years and possibly a fine. And while it's unclear who owns the directory now, it's still around to this day. In fact, they recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals. In fact, they even added back that filthy Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, clearly waiting for that public backlash to die down. Needless to say, everyone involved in this entire situation has exhibited suspicious behavior at best. So, one surprising development that actually kicked in while I'm sitting in my hotel room right now is apparently one of the actual pharmaceutical groups that was listed on the DIY HRT directory, vanapharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically only within the United Kingdom, accepts cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 has actually been hit with a pretty bad letter in this regard. So for this is from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the United Kingdom. And if we look closely over here, you can see that we investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products. And during one of our investigations, the following domain name has come to our attention: vanapharma.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has its own law, blah, 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 blah. So what they actually were hit with over here, the violations, is Regulation 46, where a person may not sell or supply, or offer to sell or supply a medicinal product otherwise than in accordance with the terms, okay? And of course, Regulation 214, which is a person may not sell or supply a prescription-only medicine except in accordance with a prescription given by an appropriate practitioner. And of course, Regulation 279, which is a person may not publish an advertisement for a medicinal product unless one of the following is in force of the product. So yeah, they got hit with something, and again, before anybody in their camp says whatever they were doing with the DIY HRT directory was legal, this is a clear example of how what they were doing was actually not, and it required governmental intervention. And this is a clear example of government regulation kicking in and proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board. And it's understandable why many would be dubious of their intentions.
They also say, I guess one of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my god. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones. I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Keffels calls anyone who questions her behavior, past or present, transphobic, accusing her critics of pedo-jacketing and groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Bosch's horse folder, she poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves. Now you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. What's truly disgusting about this is something like pedo-jacketing actually can be a real problem. It would be dishonest to act like baseless accusations of pedophilia against the LGBT community don't actually exist. But once again, Clara uses all of this to avoid accountability for her own actions. Clara, Keffels, your identity is not a shield from criticism, okay? Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus. And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch. For the longest time, Keffels used to block anyone who referenced Catboy Ranch. It was actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting. But journalists declined to include it. Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it. When I was swatted, the swatters mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation speaks for itself. Nothing on Kiwi Farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself. With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was. When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response long after, in June of 2023. The story of the actual Catboy Ranch server starts with a Twitter account she owned by the same name. It was created in 2020. The plan? To create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys so I can herd them all into my ranch. It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric an adult space, with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I am coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was for Catboy until he starts crying right about now. The account reached 8,000 followers by early 2021. It was around this time her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme throughout her posts was the idea of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020. Within 3 weeks, the server amassed over 650 members, partially because she promoted it under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows. At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord, clearly engaging in some form of roleplay. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible. Keffels has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18 plus and required photo ID to join. However, she also stated that photo ID was only required for the not safe for work sections. These are 2 very contradicting statements. And ignoring the fact that she shouldn't have been interacting with minors on Twitter either, Win, also known as @FemGirlVR, was followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Win acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Win later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Keffels. I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16. So just knowing that there's the potential I could pass like you does give me hope to keep going. Thank you. Maya, or Femboy Mats, is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter. Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage. Maya said, "Hey, I'm the person involved, there was no grooming." Someone replied, "Who said there was? You were still a minor in Catboy Ranch, which had ID verification." Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffels. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. "Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns?" Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking estrogen and getting erections. In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account at the age of 27. And this is only what we're able to see publicly. It's also worth noting Maya has since argued in favor of underage people lying about their age to people online. Maya turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username is SynthIsHere. Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor. About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor, Maya began ordering from Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17. I'm about to take the pink pill, still cis though. This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT directory. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter. What happened? She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's fault because that's not something she can control. Everyone reacts differently to that stuff. Also, there's different dosages. The two would end up having an argument about the specifics of HRT. Chloe calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says this: fuck DIY, fuck all of this. I don't know how this happened. My regimen didn't change since my last test. I'm so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend that they're better than actual doctors. As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors. And someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some kind of authority on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should. Not me, not Chloe, not Keffels, not anyone. Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult. But as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory's use by minors, while clearly aware of her friend's activities, behaviors, and history. That only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy Ranch, when even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Keffels, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public?
Yeah.
Because they make me it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff, but that's not even the case.
No.
Wow, that's interesting. They really are just straight up lying, huh?
Now, there's a lot of misinformation surrounding Catboy Ranch, including the circulation of several alleged screenshots. And to be clear, these aren't from a server Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: it's not a choice, we are not asking you, we are telling you, we will turn your kid gay. On June 23, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a 13-year-old and calling them a cute little bottom catboy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed? How if they how if they have been?
Ugh. These fucking sick, weird people. And I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about this entire community. Okay, sorry about that. Had to pee.
And talking about having with men, you can show me where, but your sexuality is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Keffels admits that she was in this server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, "By that you mean you'll leave the Discord?" And she said, "Already did. I wasn't aware or active about any of this until now." Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. That changed after the person who made the call out got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. A just wrote an entire thread seething about me from behind a block and tried to get his followers to dogpile my tweet, and then got suspended. People combed through Femboy's cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor, and decided that I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended. This is stunning admission that she helped cover up an adult flirting with a 13-year-old for her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an artist named ZR Kalo. Kalo is known for running the account Transphobes Posting Their L's. She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a moderator on @transphobic L's. She also is known for drawing what would some describe as necrozoophile art. Keffels defended her purely on the basis that she had a thread on Kiwi Farms.
But the thing is, like, I know they lie about literally everyone, so why would I believe their claims? Like, they're calling Zerkalo a necrozoophile, and it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that.
I do.
You do furry gore? Look, I personally think that that's kind of weird. However, I don't think you did anything wrong. I can just choose not to look at the part of the internet where people post things like that. As long as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
Then she calls every person with the thread on the site to band together. It's probably a good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there. Most recently, putting a prolific animal abuser behind bars. I'm not saying every user or thread is virtuous. Even if you hate the site, you gotta admit, some people deserve to have their actions exposed. Keppel's campaign eventually took her to Chris Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations with their mom. Hilariously, she had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down. A lie she maintained for years. At this point, I need to pose the question, what goddamn moral high ground does Keffels have over Kiwi Farms? It isn't doxing. She paid money to dox her critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyberstalking. She got ousted from her own community for trying to gather dirt on who she called a prototypical lolcow. It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible to illegal DDoS attacks. And when the site was hosted in Ukraine, she posted the address to the servers publicly, and then accused them of supporting Russia in some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the victims of Kiwi Farms to bringing up Tony in the inner feud with Ethan Klein?
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester," who was the RS Glory and Gold.
Why bring him up? What the hell?
He, first of all, I'm speechless with that one.
Yeah.
How many deaths do we have to watch or weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency surrounding the GoFundMe. She seems to keep inventing new details about her swatting, and many of the criticisms thrown in her face over the years are rooted in reality. If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that Clara Sorrenti has no morals. She will completely disregard the truth for her own gain and profit. There is no scenario where you can take her at her word, because she is shameless in her attempts at manipulation. If you are someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund. They've already seen results in getting a company to retract their libelous claims. Dropping Kiwi Farms proved to be a terrible business decision for Cloudflare, who stated it caused a loss of potential customers and significant adverse feedback. And now everyone knows exactly what she was trying to hide after all this time. Now, this final section of the video I have to preface with some caveats. When I first announced I was going to be working on this video publicly, several former friends and editors reached out to offer their perspective. They expressed feelings disillusioned by her behavior and provided what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can imagine, regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I wanted to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding this evidence, okay? I have to be very honest here. Keffels has fake DMs in the past, even doing so on stream before posting them as if they're real. Keffels and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself, hit refresh, and see it with my own fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshot thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot from a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022. Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me that it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months. It also calls into question if she actually did buy new clothes and equipments for her friend. That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state, if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. And these messages were deleted, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned hiring both a private investigator and a cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why. The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bat Empanada, who had criticized Keffels in the past. Clara responded by sharing his full name.
I'm going to pause here for just a minute. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I was making my dinner. I'm back now. Sorry about that.
Date of birth and home address. When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another YouTuber named Second Thought. Does Kiwi Farms have this info? No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. Clara continued, I'll have more soon. I paid for another information request from an Argentinian PI firm. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming and be a PI. Dox people professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and gentlemen, used the money raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy of being a professional doxer. Allegedly. Given the nature of these screenshots, we have to be very careful about their legitimacy. However, I did end up reaching out to both of the YouTubers targeted to verify if the information was legitimate. And unfortunately, I did not get a single response back, as sad as it sounds. I think at the end of all this, the real harm that Keffels has done is not necessarily just to herself, but for the people that she quote-unquote wants to advocate for. Look, throughout covering this video, I've learned that the trans people that I've talked to just want to exist. And in most cases, they're just average people. And their identities are just their identities. That's it. They actually have lives outside of what their, again, trans identity usually is. And a lot of those people I talk to have all disliked Keffels. And they've all disliked him because, you know, as far as I can really tell you, this person's like the Jesse Jackson of trans people, okay? They will use this as a shield. They will constantly try to be an activist. And I feel that Keffels' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad.
Yep, I think that's my assessment too.
So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Keffels is in fact a liar. They are evil, they are malicious, and they're a great harm to not just themselves, but the community they quote-unquote claim to represent. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it, dislike it, I am out.
Yeah, it was good. No.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic.
You're not letting me pause. You should let me pause. Nope, nope, nope. Let's do Improville's Diddy video. You couldn't click on the video?
Ain't no party like a Diddy party. It's not real. I'm just playing. Frankie loves Diddy parties. She's a freak. She's gonna go to jail soon. That's what we've been hearing from people for years. Not about Frankie, but that there ain't no party like a Diddy party.
I just came back from one of the Diddy parties, Shen. You should have been there. It was dick and balls everywhere, Shen. Word is born. Nah, Shen, you should come to the Diddy party next time, B.
You have to go to Diddy parties. They're the best parties in all of Hollywood. Diddy got a yacht, all right? Get on the yacht.
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you.
But it seems like Diddy's a piece of shit that is now in jail. Thank you to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Let's talk about browsers. Most of them boring, but no, not Opera GX. This browser is built for gamers, and it's packed with some crazy awesome features that will make you wonder why you settled for anything less ever. First up, GX mods. You can completely transform your browser with just one click. You want to make your browser feel like an old school arcade? How about make fart sounds whenever you click things, or falling metal pipes? How about that, guys? Everybody's a little strange. Or how about this? A Sour Boys theme. There's even a Sour Boys theme now. So check it out. It's awesome. Opera GX is cool. You guys have seen the ads before. Go to the GX store. You can get all sorts of mods. There's a bunch of user-generated themes, official themes, Dark Souls, Fallout. There's something for everybody on the store. But that's not all, guys. It's not just about the aesthetic. It also is about keeping all your favorite apps close on the sidebar. Discord, Twitch, ChatGPT, all sorts of awesome stuff on the sidebar. Live notifications, you can chat with your friends, keep up with your favorite streamers, etc., etc. Plus, if you're ready to make the switch from any of those other browsers, there's a quick import tool that actually does swap everything over quickly and effectively and efficiently. It's pretty good. On top of that, Chrome extensions are also compatible with Opera GX, so there's no reason to not give it a try. Take your old boring browser app back and bury that sumbitch. It's time to try out Opera GX. Use my link in the description and check out the pinned comment. Thank you to Opera GX for sponsoring this video.
From his $48 million Miami mansion to hell on earth where chaos reigns. Just some of the words used to describe the Metropolitan Detention Center where Sean Diddy Combs is now being held without bail after pleading not guilty to sex trafficking and racketeering charges.
I've made a couple videos on the situation, and one of my videos was taken down. It was taken down for like no reason, and I still haven't gotten a full valid reason, so I'm really invested in this story, and I believe that there are powers that be sort of covering up, manipulating things, especially, and we'll see how this video goes. I'm not saying YouTube is doing anything, because I love Mama YouTube, and I don't want to, you know, bite the hand that feeds or whatever, but also, like, I don't give that much of a shit. Diddy has done lots of horrible things to apparently lots and lots and lots of people. There's a lot of lube.
I mean, there's a Costco right down the street. You know, I think Americans buy in bulk, as we know. And you know, this is consensual adults doing what consensual adults do.
There's insane crimes, all of them committed by Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy.
We believe that victims should not be shamed, and instead those who committed the criminal acts against them should be ashamed and take responsibility for the harm that they have caused victims to suffer.
So, firstly, we'll talk about the arrest. After all the stuff started coming out on Diddy, which is now basically outdated information. By the way, YouTube took down one of my videos. I mentioned that. That's insane. Still haven't had any kind of valid explanation for that. My strike just expired. I could have had my channel deleted over some bullshit. My last email providing context to them was the following, where I said nothing was sexual intimate. I posted a bunch of videos from some of my friends, some people around YouTube, and finally one from John Oliver, where he puts, this is the same exact thing that was in my video. Literally two people kissing in a sexual way. Got a few videos talking about the situation, but I had one real big video talking about everything that Diddy had done, but YouTube decided to take it down for whatever reason. The excuse was because there was some nudity in the video, but there was not, and I have emails of them admitting that there was not any nudity. Policy guy said, this is a fair point, let me check with our policy team to see what their stance is here. They then responded a couple days later with this: I've shared your thoughts with our policy team, but after additional extensive review, they've decided that the video does violate the policy as written and to maintain the strike at this time. Unfortunately, we're not able to share additional specifics on the decision-making process. The official word is as follows. After reviewing the video that you appealed, we have...
You understand, they're trying to protect victims.
found that it violates our nudity and sexual content policy. We removed the video because it shows non-consensual sexual acts or unwanted sexualization. It is not unwanted sexualization at all. I have a feeling they could just say they made a mistake and own up to deleting the video, but alas, it's gone. They're not going to do that. Anyway, now Diddy's in jail, so who's laughing now? Me? Because I love laughing. I'm a lighthearted guy. You need to stop.
No, you don't seem like that.
You're very disappointing. Anywho, let's go over some of the events that have occurred that have led to Diddy's arrest, all right? The big accusation against Diddy was by his ex, Cassie, on November 16th, 2023. Cassie is a singer who is insanely popular in the early 2000s. And she alleged that Diddy was responsible for R-wording and abusing her over the course of their relationship.
R&B singer Cassie has accused hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs of and a decade of physical abuse. The two were romantically involved for years, but in a lawsuit made public today, Cassie says there was a pattern of controlled drug use and forced sexual encounters.
She also included allegations of sex trafficking and domestic violence. Just overall, just toss that on there as well, because the dude's a freak. She demanded a settlement of around $30 million, and only a day later, on November 17th, the lawsuit was settled. It's crazy how quickly that lawsuit was resolved after the threats the day before. She also said that she wanted to make a book to air out all of Diddy's dirty laundry. So it's like this whole big, giant domino that's gonna have everything come crashing down, and it has been. But the $30 million settlement did occur, and there were mutual and amicable terms, and the lawsuit was dropped and was completely resolved, with Diddy's team ultimately stating that a resolution of said lawsuit does not mean an admission of guilt. To me, it does. I'm a legal expert, all right? It seems bad, though. It's like, you want to settle? Okay, that's weird. Let's just settle. You know, I'm a freak, and now he's in jail, so it's like, pretty clear.
Overnight, hip-hop mogul Sean Combs settling a bombshell sexual abuse lawsuit filed by his ex-girlfriend, fellow singer Cassie. Cassandra Ventura writing in a statement, "I have decided to resolve this matter amicably on terms that I have some level of control. I want to thank my family, fans, and lawyers for their unwavering support."
But anyway, still November 2023, fast forward to November 23rd. Diddy is accused yet again of sexual assault by a different woman. This woman was named Joy Dickerson Neal, who accused him of drugging and R-wording her when she was a college student in 1991, so a long time ago. Diddy denied those claims, and another woman, yet again, the same day, accused him of more. This time, sexual assault, and again, Diddy rejects the claims. December 6th rolls around, and another woman accuses Diddy of sexual assault and gang R-word as well, and she states that she was 17 at the time. Diddy, unsurprisingly, denies the claims again, and he makes a video the same day saying, "Enough is enough." He stated that his character has been viciously attacked and that these accusations will destroy his reputation for being a freak picking pimp, because that's kind of like what his reputation is now. So maybe I don't know what his reputation was before, but that's what it is now. So we creep forward into 2024, and on February 26th, Diddy was accused again, this time by a record producer. This is the one that we covered in the video. It's a fellow named Lil Rod.
Multiple lawsuits have been filed against Combs, including one by music producer Rodney Jones. Jones alleges sex trafficking and sexual assault, also mentioning underage girls in the 79-page lawsuit. Claims made by Jones include hidden cameras in the rap mogul's home, saying, quote, "Mr. Combs allegedly threatened to eat Mr. Jones's face in order to get what he wants."
One of Diddy's former producers / videographers, this man filed a lawsuit against Diddy, stating he was also drugged and sexually harassed.
Producer Lil Rod, whose given name is Rodney Jones, has now accused Sean Diddy Combs of operating a racketeering enterprise, groping him, forcing him to engage in sexual acts with sex workers, and lacing alcohol for the guests in his home, including underage girls.
And this was the straw that seemed to have broken the camel's back. There was some legit action as a result of this that was taken against Diddy. And in March of 2024, Diddy's house was raided by the feds, and there were many people taken into custody.
Breaking news, the Department of Homeland Security has just confirmed to CNN that federal law enforcement agents have raided properties owned by musician and producer Sean Diddy Combs.
The home was registered to Bad Boy Entertainment and was also registered to one of P. Diddy's daughters. So despite it not being registered to his name directly, it was still associated with him, obviously. This was the Los Angeles mansion in Holmby Hills. His other mansion in Miami was also raided.
Authorities not confirming very much beyond the fact that this is part of an ongoing investigation started by Homeland Security Investigations in the state of New York. Behind me, that is the entrance to Star Island. You can see the Miami Beach police car there at the entrance. If you look to your right, you can see this is where the Homeland Security Investigations are set up with their command post.
I was so excited, dude. I thought he was going to go right to jail, but no. People were saying he left the country and he fled and he went down to Aruba and all this different stuff.
Photos obtained by ABC News capturing Combs' Love Airjet in Antigua. No information about who, if anyone, was on the plane.
I don't know, man. Pretty wild stuff, though. Pretty wild. From what we could gather at the time, the feds that raided his home collected evidence such as electronics and possibly even more, but there wasn't much that the public knew at that time.
And so they're looking for something to corroborate the belief that they have that a crime did occur. And as you pointed out earlier, he's facing multiple allegations of trafficking. So perhaps that is a crime in which they're investigating. Perhaps that is what they're trying to seek more information from. But in order to search a home, you have to have probable cause. The only question is, probable cause of what?
However, later we would find out how horrifying the stuff that they actually found was. And that was just a couple weeks ago when all this came out. And we'll get back to this a little bit later. We're still earlier this year.
New surveillance video shows Combs being taken into custody in a Manhattan hotel last week.
As time goes on, things are getting worse for Diddy, and in May of 2024, a video surfaced of Diddy grabbing, hitting, and kicking Cassie, the woman who had accused him all of those years ago of being abusive towards her.
Disturbing video has surfaced appearing to show music mogul Sean Diddy Combs beating his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in 2016 in Los Angeles.
This is way back in 2023 when she accused him, and the video was originally from 2016 and finally brought to light in 2024, even after a settlement.
New surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs.
So, it showed that the lawsuit that was thrown Diddy's way had genuine substance, and even though we settled it there's no admission of guilt, the video of him beating her is, you don't really need an admission of guilt. That's just guilt in the form of video.
Mr. Combs certainly deserves his day in court and the presumption of innocence, but it is hard to deny the behavior that's caught on video and that is making news today.
That being said, that lawsuit had already been settled for hopefully a shit ton of money, and at this point, Diddy's reputation is gone down the gutter thanks to the release of the footage. It's like actual, real, legit evidence that this man is a piece of shit, and it sort of corroborates everything else that people are throwing his way. Diddy was very embarrassed by these poor actions. He went to Instagram to apologize for his poor behavior in some wicker roof. I hate that video. It's so weird. He looks like a demon. I don't like this guy. I don't like Diddy. Diddy, I don't like Diddy, okay?
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
Then a few months go by and we get to September 2024 when things finally come to light. On September 16th, 2024, Diddy was indicted and arrested in the New York City Manhattan Hotel, or the Manhattan Hotel in New York City. I'm not exactly sure.
This morning, watch how federal agents took Sean Diddy Combs into custody. He's seen in this video entering the Park Hyatt Hotel in Midtown Manhattan with others when agents from Homeland Security Investigations approach and separate him. They place Combs under arrest and lead him out the front door in handcuffs.
Apparently, Mr. Diddy had been in New York for over 2 weeks, and he stated that he was there to turn himself in, which is like trying to get in the good graces of the judge. Look, Judge, I was staying at the Manhattan Hotel in a pimp suite, and I was just like feeling guilty about all the stuff I had done, so maybe you could let me off with a warning? Because I'm sorry.
As soon as we realized that this indictment was going to be coming down in a matter of weeks, maybe months, but sometime soon, Mr. Combs got on a plane, left his home in Florida, flew to New York. I called the prosecutors myself. I said, Mr. Combs is in New York. Do you want to know where he is? If you want to know where he is, I'll tell you where he is, but he wants to surrender.
To jail with you. Suicide watch. Kind of odd to wait that long, but he did, and a day earlier he was seen out with his family chilling Not a care in the world. And now he's gone from a beautiful mansion and the top of the world to jail.
From a life of parties and open bars to life now behind bars. In the past week, P. Diddy has seen some major lifestyle changes. And now we're getting reports that Diddy isn't eating while in jail.
Womp womp. Hey man, sorry, don't give a rot. Easy now. The next day, we finally got to learn what was found at the scene of the crime when the feds raided his homes in Florida and California. The indictment was unsealed September 17th, and mother of God, it is gold. Crazy, crazy gold. Not only did we get to hear the word freak-offs used in an official report, but we also learned what was going on inside of Mr. Didrik's house.
As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting.
Apparently, there was over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube. 1,000!
According to the indictment against Diddy, investigators seized more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant from his home. The court doc states these items were used in something referred to as freak-offs, which were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded.
I don't know how that's possible, and we don't have any pictures of this or proof outside of this official document, but there's supposedly a real video of it, and it's definitely AI, 110%. There's 1,000 bottles of lube and baby oil. But how's that even, what is the point of that? Why do you need so much? What's going on? I don't understand.
The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers.
I gotta go wash my hands. I'll be right back.
And often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
However, one user put 1,000 baby bottles into Blender to give you an idea of what it looks like. It's insane. He even had IV drips to rehydrate people after his Diddy freak-offs, and holy shit, that's crazy. Imagine going so hard in a freak-off, you have to get an IV drip to recharge. That's crazy. That's insane, dude. That's insane. These are not the same species of human beings that are us, that are just normal, regular ass people. I know you guys are probably like, Opa, you're a really famous YouTuber with a really you got a cool gun and stuff. Dude, no, I'm a regular ass dude. My channel gets 3 strikes, I'm done. Okay, I'm not trying again. It's over. I'm gonna get a job at McCoy's. Okay, I'm gonna work at I don't give a. I'm not like these people. I hate them. I don't want to be associated in any.
Agreed.
Link in the description to the full court document. Here's some snippets on the screen if you guys want to pause and read. The attorney actually mentions the freak-offs, which is pretty good. For the freak-offs, man!
The indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims.
Diddy, rest in peace, was a true absolute freak. He's not dead right now, but by the time this video comes out, he may have Epsteined himself. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but it's probably gonna happen because there's a lot of people that went to Diddy parties and stuff, and a lot of people who are at risk of losing their careers and livelihoods, etc., etc. It's like maybe a hazing ritual or something. We've already seen it with Jeffrey Epstein, except it was in the business world and the politician world. This is just Jeffrey Epstein, but in the Hollywood world, Hollyweird world, whatever people call it. I'm not exactly sure, but these people are freaks.
I got people every day saying, you think they're going to Epstein him? And I go, well, I really don't know. But they can't have this guy do a suicide. It would look kind of funny. Now imagine if somebody got to one of the correctional officers, and this could happen. They don't make a lot of money. And there's people out there that he has things on that do have a substantial amount of money. Imagine if someone paid someone off on the inside to actually poison his food, give him a heart attack, and he dies. And no one would really think anything of it. So that may be one of the reasons he's not eating. He's really, really paranoid. He's really, really scared.
So we know Diddy is a freak and is being charged, but what about all the people who praised and associated with Diddy during these times of yonder past, these past evil times? Celebrities are genuinely panicking after all the details surrounding Diddy's arrest became public and all of the details of the raid surfaced. In 2023 and 2024, people have gotten a great idea and a good insight into how weird and evil P. Diddy is. What a terrible name. It's a nice name. It's like a friendly name. P. Diddy. P. Diddy. You know, it's Diddy. It's like a child. It's like a cartoon character or something. P. Diddy. P. Diddler. Oh, it's P. Diddler now. That's what it is. Okay, that's not good. Very messed up. But there was one specific detail that particularly grabbed the attention of everyone watching the press conference. After discussing the guns found in Diddy's houses, the U.S. attorney says that during the raids, officers obtained evidence of the freak-offs found on numerous electronic devices on the property.
During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine.
Large capacity
They also seized
drum.
evidence of the freak-offs. Electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims.
Firstly, in the year 2024, we've got U.S. officials talking about Diddy Party freak-offs, and this immediately sparked new interest in the case of Sean Combs. With the news of video evidence being found of said freak-offs, that means that there's a chance for them to eventually be publicly released or parts of them leaked for the whole world to see. And it's like the Epstein flight logs, dude. I mean, look at the Epstein, show those up here. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of really important people on these that are gonna have to explain themselves. This is a lot of potential for bad PR, as people call it, or just being exposed for being who you actually truly are. I hope we eventually get a glimpse into who attended these freak-offs and who of the Hollywood elite are just as demented as Diddy is and deserve the same exact thing that he got. This is much easier to make videos about than YouTube drama, because it's like, this is a real evil person. This isn't like some weird little echo chamber. This is a guy who a lot of people idolize and look up to, who is surrounded by other people very similar to him that a lot of people idolize and look up to. Not just internet groups, small meaningless shit. Like these are real masters of the universe we're talking about that are going down. This is a different game. This is a much more righteous game, I feel like. Furthermore, after the official statements were released, people began to dive into who could possibly be on the tapes, and celebrities alike began to panic behind the scenes. All of this combined to make the Diddy case full of conspiracies about who could possibly be seen on those freak-off tapes. If you are a Hollywood elite, you are under intense scrutiny, not only by the police, but also by your millions of followers and the people who look up to you, or you know, fans of yours or whatever. They're on to you, freaks. They're on to you, freaks, all right? They're on to you. They're on to you. They're gonna get you. It ain't gonna last much longer. Following the announcement of the tapes, one of the first celebrities to act strange is famous singer Usher. On Sunday, September 22nd, Usher's Twitter account would be completely cleaned, having no posts on it whatsoever. I get it if you want to delete your Twitter or whatever, or something like that. I mean, it makes sense. Twitter's a terrible platform that's brain rot, and I'll probably delete my Twitter one day, but probably for different reasons than Usher. A lot of people immediately started to speculate and see the deletion of Usher's tweets as a admission of guilt, but they returned, and he had tweeted, "Account got hacked, and y'all ran with it. See you at Intuit Dome," and stuff. He tweeted that. Pretty cool. So I don't really know. I mean, he's closely associated with Diddy, and he mentioned on a Howard Stern talk a couple years ago about how he saw some shit a long time ago. We've showed the clip before, but it's pretty wild. He hung out with Diddy when he was a young man.
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
Nah, not really. I mean, but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you seeing?
I went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it.
Even though Usher's account appeared to be back to normal, there was still a lot of suspicion, and it appeared suspicious in regard to the whole thing, the racketeering and sex trafficking charges with Diddy, his old boy.
Let's go look at that.
Named L.A. Reid. Alright, Usher, Justin Bieber, Diddy. This is how they all connect. When Usher was super young, he got signed to a guy named L.A. Reid, this famous music executive. Usher then loses his voice. L.A. Reid wants to help him, get back on track, so he sends him over to this guy named Puff Daddy. And as you can imagine, Usher had a problem. He just didn't know it yet. See, Puff Daddy was this up-and-coming music executive who could really turn someone into a star. He put them through this thing called Flavor Camp. And during Usher's term in this Flavor Camp, he lived with Puff. And in Usher's words, he would see questionable things. He said at any given time, you can open the door and see a bunch of random people playing Netflix. He said he would be up all night partying when all he really wanted to do was go to the studio. And this is when people speculate that Diddy did something to Usher. Now, I need you to listen to me. I'm gonna give you the evidence as to why people believe this, but until you hear words from Usher, Diddy, Justin Bieber, nobody knows anything. All right, so Diddy and Usher are in an interview with Kevin Hart. Diddy said, "Hey, yo, pause. When Usher used to live with me, we used to wrestle for Frosted Flakes." Kevin Hart said, "What?" Diddy said, "What?" And he grabs Kevin Hart and pulls him off camera because Kevin Hart doesn't have a filter. After Diddy's Flavor Camp, Usher comes out with an album called Usher. It has really explicit details about watching Netflix. Everybody's like, nah, this is uncomfortable. And people actually did not like the album because his young voice talking about those details really threw people off. And of course, the album was executively produced by Puff Daddy. His mom was like, yo, what the? So she grabs Usher. You got former bodyguards coming out saying, yeah, Diddy was very inappropriate with Usher. There's a rumor that Usher got sent to the hospital because of an encounter with Diddy. In fact, rumors have been circulating for like 20 years about this situation. Brings us to Usher and Justin Bieber. See, Justin Bieber was coming up in the same way Usher was, like when he was super young. L.A. Reid again found Justin Bieber. Usher and Justin Timberlake both wanted to sign Bieber, but Bieber chooses Usher and Usher basically becomes a mentor. Now, Usher then sends a young Bieber to Diddy for 48 hours. And in this interview, Diddy's saying stuff like, man, Justin is doing things that any 15-year-old would dream of doing. And the thing that's always kind of annoyed me about Diddy personally is he's always towing this imaginary line in interviews. Because of his ego, he has been snitching on himself in interviews. If you listen, he'll say something like, Justin be having a really good time with me. If no one acknowledges it, he'll be like, I can't say too much. You know what I'm saying? But like a really good time. I can't say too much though. You feel me? And he'll do this like throughout the whole interview. But here's the thing about Justin Bieber. He's been insanely harassed by the entertainment industry over the years. In fact, Justin Bieber comes out with a song about it where he's not just talking about one person. He's talking about the whole industry. In fact, Justin Bieber starts crying in an interview when Billie Eilish's name is brought up. He says that he wants to protect her and young people in the industry so they won't go through what he went through. And here's where it gets very wicked. Something you gotta understand is the music industry is known for being very wicked. We just talked about Billie Eilish, right? Well, somebody got to her too. She eventually tells her brother, and her brother gets the person fired. We talking about Billie Eilish. Matter of fact, Taylor Swift even came out and said something happened to her too. And I need you to think about that for a second. If the industry has the audacity to do something like this to
I think about it all the time.
Powerful parents, a bona fide star.
Yup. All these people got misused. Misused! These are our greatest fucking talent, and this is how they were treated?
At the time. This is just culture at that point. What do you think they're doing to people who...
It's culture at that point.
Aren't famous. So back to these three. Usher deletes his social media for a day because people are going in on him about him sending Justin Bieber to Diddy. People are saying, for all the things that you went through, Usher, why would you send Justin over? And here's what I want to say. Celebrities are human beings, and human beings are complicated. So maybe it's not as simple as Usher bad because he sent Justin to Diddy. My whole life I've witnessed the insane things that Diddy has gotten away with in an industry, in a world that allows billionaire music executives to do whatever they want. If you don't know what this is about, look in the comments. So it's probably a little difficult to go against someone like that, especially if you have allegedly been groomed by them. Or Usher could be just as wicked as Diddy. Point is, I have no idea, and I know you don't either. But from what
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know.
If I had to guess, I would say Diddy probably called up Usher and said, yo, I heard you just signed a kid named Justin. Usher probably said, oh yeah, he's a good kid, he's a good kid. Then Diddy will say something like, why don't you just send him over? You know I'm gonna get to him anyway. Send him over, bro. Ha 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 ha. That's how he worked. But again, that's just my guess. Either way, in the next coming months, we're gonna find more about the Diddy situation.
We are. We're gonna find more about the Diddy situation. Yep, I think we are.
I've been.
Oh shit! Wait! Go back. Throne of Liberty, a warning to new players. Uh-oh. The Lazy Peon, 7 hours old. Let's see. Lazy.
Playable in early access for a few days now, and the full free-to-play release is on October 1st. I've been playing since the start of early access, I've been max level for a few days now, wrapped my head around most of the core gameplay systems, and overall, I'm having an okay time with the game. I'll make a more in-depth video
okay time is what I'm afraid of.
on my thoughts next week.
That's tomorrow. Tomorrow we get to do with a Throne of Liberty.
Once I've put a bit more time into it. But in this video, I want to talk about my experiences so far as a new player, and also give a bit of a warning to other new players jumping into the game on October 1st, as this game's progression system seems to be designed to completely fuck you if you haven't played the game before, if you haven't spent a lot of time researching the progression, and most importantly, if you haven't decided 100% on what weapon combo and build you want to play. If there was ever an MMO to watch one of those 10 mistakes to avoid as a new player videos, it would be for this game. So let's start with the number one most important thing, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Going into Throne and Liberty, even if you've never played the game before, you need to research what build you're gonna play, or at the very least, try out each of the weapons early in the game, and have this decision locked in before level 20. I watched a lot of content prior to the release of this game in preparation, and every video was saying the same thing: know what weapon combo you want to play. As a new player, this is not an easy decision to make, because you don't get a full feel for your build until level 50 with all your abilities. Some weapon combos also look really cool in YouTube videos but feel clunky as hell to play, so some of you might get to level 50, decide you're not enjoying your weapon combo, and want to switch only to realise that you're going to be massively set back. On the surface, going in blind, you might assume that because the game doesn't have classes and your class is basically whatever weapon you have equipped, it might be somewhat similar to New World, where it's really easy to change your role. It isn't. In fact, I have never played an MMO that's designed in a way where you basically need to be following a build guide from the start. Let me explain why changing your weapon combo is such a pain in the ass in this game. First of all, you've got the weapon mastery system. This is basically an additional talent tree specific to your weapons. You gain weapon mastery for just using your weapons. Let's say you play TL for 1 month using the same 2 weapons. Then you decide you want to re-roll. You're then going to be significantly weaker with the new weapons because the masteries will be level 1. Weapon mastery takes quite a long time to progress, so having to start again feels like a huge setback, and probably the main deterrent for changing builds, especially the further you progress in the game. Second, you've got the skill leveling system. In Throne, you level up your skills using skill books to make them more powerful. You'll get tons of these books from progressing the MSQ, doing exploration quests and one-off content rewards. Once you've obtained and spent all these skill books, they'll then become a bit harder to come by. Instead, you'll obtain them mostly through daily content such as contracts and open world dungeon farming. If you decide
And
to
the
change
auction
weapons, you'll need
house.
to either level up a fresh set of skills from level 1 without the massive influx of books that you get from the MSQ, or you'll need to use skill transfer scrolls which can be obtained via the Battle Pass currency. You might actually have a bunch of skill transfer skills.
I'm going to play this game tomorrow. I think it's actually right now. Let's go see. Also, Starfield, the same day as Throne and Liberty. Pretty good. Pretty good planning there. Throne and Liberty. That's a library. Preload game for F. Accept.
Just from level up rewards, so transferring skills might not be a big deal if you only change weapons once, but once you've used them they seem quite hard to come by. Finally, you've got the gearing. In this game you'll get gear starting at grey rarity, then green, blue and purple. If you level up a piece of green gear to +6, then get a piece of blue gear drop, you don't need to separately level up the blue gear. You can simply transfer the green gear +6 into the blue, making it +3, so there's no reason not to be constantly pumping your resources into gear. The same can be said going from blue to purple. A +9 blue can be fed into purple gear, making it +6. That being said, when you transfer gear, you do lose the gear you're transferring from. So if you want to play 2 different weapon combos with 2 different
And there it is.
gear sets, you're going to need to level multiple sets of gear, which is probably something you should only do if you've already maxed out one build already, otherwise you'll be weak compared to everyone else. Don't make the mistake of flirting with the idea of re-rolling, transferring all of your gear over to something else, then changing your mind wanting to switch back. You'd have lost the original gear. Other than that, one mistake I could see new players make is wasting their daily contract rights on low-level
This game seems like it sucks.
contracts, aka
I don't think I'm going to play it tomorrow, as unfortunate as it does sound. I don't think I'm going to play Throne and Liberty. I was closed-minded to it. I'm going to be victim to what I think I said maybe a year ago to my friend Dave, which is I'm open-minded to it if they give me public rating. I don't see public rating here. I've not seen public rating the entire time they've ever showed me this fucking content.
the yellow quests. At around level 12, you'll go to...
They act like you dump 100 hours and then you decide. And my whole thing is, no, I know that I can epic public raid on fucking New World right now.
Talk to a contract manager and need to do 4
Right now I could do that. Now, I don't think anybody will want to do that right now because, you know, the game's kind of half dead. But the same is true of any other game.
contracts as part of the MSQ. You're limited on how many contracts you can do per day.
I am going to be a New World MMO streamer. I can tell you right now, I'm going to be a New World streamer for a long time, and I don't care about that community, and they're not going to like that. But I don't care about their community. I don't care about the fucking raids or the fucking dungeons that they do. I don't care about anything that they say. I care about money and leveling. That's it. Money and leveling. That's it. And right now, I've got like plenty of both.
And the rewards for high level contracts are much better than low level. So do the 4 contracts for the MSQ, then don't do any more until you hit level 50. Also, when doing contracts, you want to accept one, refresh, then accept another until you get a contract pop-up.
Now, their combat system looks good, but it still sucks.
Reward.
You can see it.
You don't need to accept all of the contracts displayed. Another tip I have is that the default gameplay control settings for this game are kinda bad, and there's some things you...
Oh, he was honest about it.
You're gonna want to change to make it feel less clunky. Go to Settings, Gameplay Controls, and enable Q Skills, Toggle Basic Attack, Toggle Charge Skills, and Toggle Aimed Skills. I also recommend...
It took his team like an hour to figure out what to say, which is ridiculous. Fuck your game.
Enabling Auto-Target Nearest Enemy when attacking without a target.
What did act? Okay. Auto-target nearest enemy when attacking without a target. Motherfucker, is this an algorithm in a math test? Auto-target nearest enemy when attacking without a target.
Especially useful when you're AoE farming.
It makes sense, but it's
so you don't have to tab every time one of them dies. The final thing you should not do as a new player is dissolve your random green or blue gear, as TL has this really confusing trait system as part of its gear progression, where you can use other pieces of gear to put traits on others to increase the traits.
Which I like. That's how it should be. If you break down something, you should get whatever that was.
It's quite confusing to explain, so...
No, it's not. It's when you break down something, you should get whatever that was.
All I'll say is don't throw away your gear, chuck it in the bank and it might be useful later when you dive deeper into the trait system. But those are the main things I wanted to warn you about in this video. As much as I've had a decent time during the early access launch of this game, I'm kinda surprised by how many pitfalls there are for new players to completely screw up their character if they go in blind without any prior research. That being said, Throne and Liberty is probably the biggest MMO release we'll have for quite some time, so give it a try, enjoy the honeymoon phase.
I will. The honeymoon phase comes tomorrow, and I'll enjoy that phase. I just went to the Steam page and fucking preloaded it. It's preloading right now. Come in 12 hours. When I wake up, I'll play Throne and Liberty. I made a promise to my friends that I would, and I think I'm going to give it a try. I've never been closed-minded to MMORPGs, but Eastern RPGs have been failing me a lot lately.
Enjoy the absolutely gorgeous starting zones being packed full of players, and try to check out some of the endgame dungeons because so far I've found them to be surprisingly cool. As for my overall thoughts on the game so far after a few days at max level, there's a solid mix of things I really like and really dislike about this game, but we'll get into that in a future video. Until then, let me know your thoughts on Throne and Liberty in the comments below. I hope you enjoy the launch of the game, and I'll see you in the next one.
He was nice about it. He was like, we'll do that in a future video. I'm not going to say anything negative now because we don't know. I'm about to do this tomorrow too.
I arrived. Forgive me, I am no scientist, but as it has been explained to me, what we call the vortex is the space between...
The space.
Your arrival and your interaction with Anasco shows that he can still be saved. A plan had been devised to access the Citadel, but the work stalled. Clearly, it is time to move forward with it. The current head of our science team, Ekris, should be in Jinan Plaza down below us, towards the Citadel. Tell him about your experience with Anasco, and that work on the morning device must proceed.
Yes? Did you require something?
Yes.
Something I can do for you?
No. No, shut the fuck up. I don't want anything from you.
Do you know the scientists out at Hamadi Station?
The old married couple? Divina?
Bad.
That's them, yes. They're apparently looking for some help with their research. They made some kind of discovery that has them trouble.
Good luck finding help.
Stop the argument. I'm on it.
Disgusting!
Hey,
What?
hey, hey.
What do you want?
You're causing a scene. Nobody wants to
That is
hear
what I have
this.
been saying, but nobody listens to me.
Please accept my apologies.
No. I can see immediately that I don't want to download this. Goodbye. No. Uninstall. Nope, I can see immediately that I got ripped off.
I caught my brother attempting to do something unspeakable.
What?
I could not contain my anger.
Oof.
Oh. Times are tough, I guess.
I'm glad you understand. The outsider may somehow understand you, but I do not. I am tired of your shamelessness, and I am done bearing what should be your indignity.
I am sure this is good, but I don't think I'm interested.
Too far this time.
Take me home. Country roads. 76 or something, you know? Yeah. Take me away from this for a minute. I'll be right back. I have to pee. Sorry. Oh yeah, explore the handcrafted new place. Oh god. I bought that. I like Bethesda, but I don't want to play it. Not compared to this. I don't want to play that game compared to this one.
Was that the first taco, they forgot the sour cream, and it was a little weak.
Nope.
You know, on the field.
Bye.
New World is dying, but like the phoenix out of its ashes, new life is born, and we call that New World Eternum. A lot of noise was made about this game when it originally released, and the numbers were off the charts, and they came in at over 900,000 concurrent players. And it was that number that has been used to beat up on the game ever since. And while it's perfectly acceptable to criticize this game for its issues, and in fact I encourage you to do so, let's just be intellectually honest about it, because we all know deep down a game's hype isn't sustainable over the long run, and we all know that it makes for easy clickable content that invites an emotional response from those that don't want the game to die and those who are angry about some aspect of the game. So today I want to talk to you about New World and give some of my analysis to the real player numbers and the real player community, because they do exist. But because of hype, that number is distorted, and I don't believe it's fair to judge a game based off of hype, but what comes after. So hello everyone, and welcome to another New World Eternum video. My name's Brian, if you happen to be new here, and holy freaking crap, there's a lot of new people here. I don't think I could name 2,000 people, but welcome in everyone. And if I end up earning your sub, let me know, and we can always welcome you to the channel in future videos, just like all these amazing people here. Welcome in, guys, and thanks so much for the support. We talk a lot about MMORPGs here, as well as at the end of our videos, we wrap up with what I call the message of hope. This is a focus on men's mental health and well-being. And if you're struggling with something, I really do hope you stick around to the end of these videos.
What if I don't? Aw. It was good, though. What if you got no problems? It's hard to say it. It's hard to say without fear, but what if you got no problems?
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. I hope you had a good, or at the very least, safe weekend. We have a lot that we got to talk about today, but let's start with this.
We've got this this lady drove into the area that's flooded out, and she's screaming right now. I just called 911. Fire department is coming in, but she drove right into the flood waters. This is the Peachtree Creek, and it is rising at the moment.
So that's just one of the many horrific scenes we saw play out this weekend as Hurricane Helene battered the southeast, killing nearly 100 so far and causing massive damage. And I say so far because as I'm recording this, there are people still missing. Because the way this all played out is that the storm made landfall late Thursday night in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane before making its way through the region. And a Cat 4 is no joke. That means winds of 140 miles per hour. And then in addition to that, you have all the rain and the crazy flooding, which, I mean, just to give you a few of the many examples so you have an idea how bad it was. Over in Florida, where Helene first made landfall, entire buildings were ripped apart, with it actually making history as the first Cat 4 to hit the region since 1851. And you might think, hey, things are going to be okay, because from there, Helene quickly became a Category 1 storm and then a tropical storm. But the winds, they were still around 40 miles per hour, and there was just so much rain. Like here in Georgia, like we were on the predicted path, and then it ended up going further east, and you saw homes getting ripped apart, and there was major flooding. I mean, it was so bad, Governor Brian Kemp said, it looks like a tornado went off. It looks like a bomb went off. Near Augusta, we saw things like residents being told that the water would be turned off for between 24 and 48 hours because the storm blocked our ability to pump water. You also had Atlanta, Georgia going viral because of that moment that I showed at the beginning of this story, where you had Fox reporter Bob Van Dillen ultimately rescuing a woman, and this after she apparently drove right into the floodwaters and was screaming for help. And while Bob tried to tell her that 911 was called, they were on their way, she just kept crying for help, and ultimately Bob said,
It's a situation. We will get back to
It's a situation! We'll get back to you!
See if I can help this lady out a
I'm gonna see if I'm gonna help this lady!
little bit more, you guys.
I didn't like you till now! I didn't like you! I didn't like you until now!
out of her car and helping her out of the water.
Goddamn right! I didn't like you until now! I didn't like you until now!
Fox News anchors pointed out Van Dillen is apparently a giant at 6'4", and the waters were up to his chest. And with that, I gotta say two things. The first is that what Van Dillen did, it is brave. He is our BAMF of the day. But then also two, I have to let you know that what he did was extremely dangerous and
Nah, man. Somebody in trouble? You go!
emergency personnel do not recommend it. Though that is obviously easier said than done when someone's clearly fearing for their life right in front of you. But again, Van Dillen's a hero for what he did. Then though, moving to South Carolina, the storm left about 760,000 homes and businesses without power as of this morning. And in fact, across the entire Southeast, we're talking about over 2 million. And then the mountain communities in North Carolina, they got extremely flooded. And I mean, about 300 roads were closed, meaning that the rescue efforts, as well as delivering supplies after the storm passed through, they were extremely hampered.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Resident Evil effort. Every time you want to do something, you're like, you gotta surpass the mansion.
Governor Roy Cooper also emphasizing that the death toll in North Carolina was expected to rise as a ton of people were still missing from the floods and landslides. There was also considerable flooding in
I hope you guys make it.
that caused deaths. And while obviously the focus should be on getting help to the people on the ground here, this whole situation has also now gotten political. Right, Donald Trump has already promised to visit one of the worst hit towns in Georgia, prompting supporters to ask, where's Biden? And while in Georgia, Trump said the governor is doing a good job, but he's having a hard time getting the president on the phone, saying they're being very non-responsive. But that's not what Governor Kemp has said at all. He's actually had the opposite experience and even just said,
the president just called me yesterday afternoon.
The president just called me.
Right back. And he just said, hey, what do you need? And I told him, you know, we got what we need.
We got what we need.
Federal process. He offered that if there's other things we need, just to call him directly, which I appreciate that.
And Biden has already promised to visit affected areas as long as it wouldn't hamper emergency relief efforts. And I think that last part is incredibly important. Right? As great as visiting a town to show support can be, because unless Trump, Biden, or Harris have some magical ability that they've just been hiding behind the scenes where they can like magically heal people and undo things and make the water split, what you could end up having is just a random sideshow that actually gets in the way of helping people on the ground. Where someone chucking paper towels into a crowd's not helping at this point. And there's actually way more important things that President Biden can be doing to help, like approving approving funding for temporary housing and repairs to those in affected counties across North Carolina, and making sure that there will be low-cost loans to cover uninsured property for people and businesses. And that is actually just a small taste of what...
God damn it, those are all the things that I hate myself for.
Biden has approved, right? Similar FEMA emergency aid packages were...
I can't offer them anything. I'm worthless. I don't have $1 to my name. I let them win. I've got nothing.
By President Biden for Virginia, Florida, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Georgia, while top FEMA officials are on the ground meeting with their state counterparts trying to coordinate relief efforts. And even that, it's just the tip of the iceberg. The Department of Energy is on the ground trying to help stabilize grids. Human and Health Services are sending tons of medical equipment and supplies, as well as personnel to hospitals. The Army Corps of Engineers is doing their usual thing to work on dams, as well as provide temporary power. Urban Search and Rescue sent 1,302 people, that's 24 teams, to help rescue people trapped in flood areas. And notably, even after rescue efforts finish, there's still a long road to rebuilding, which is expected to be a lot of money. With Moody's Analytics predicting there is between $15 and $25 billion in property damage across the region. And with that, we've seen the Biden and Harris administration vowing to continue support until things are finished. But also there, important to note, a big effort might be delayed considering the fact that heavy rains are expected to continue today throughout the Southeast. And I mean, even new areas like Kentucky, West Virginia, and Virginia are expected to be covered with water. And so for now, we're just left hoping that this doesn't get even worse. And to all those impacted, know you're in our thoughts. To anyone that would like to try and help, I'm going to include some links down below to charities that are trying to help. But ultimately, that is where we are. And if you or anyone you know has been affected by this, I would love if you'd share your story. Honestly, for me personally, this is an especially jarring situation. I actually lived in Asheville, the Buncombe County area, for a while. So just seeing the photos and the videos, like in this apocalyptic state, horrifying. And then, well, obviously, I'm focused.
That's America.
But feel some sort of dread because, you know, studies have shown that hurricanes are now increasingly likely to become more intense because of climate change. Just crazy, scary times. But then let's talk about it. Is Donald Trump literally proposing the purge as public policy? No. Absolutely not. What do you have, fucking Trump derangement syndrome? Or the premise of those movies is that anyone can commit any crime over a single 12-hour period. Trump didn't say that, clown shoes. All he did was suggest that there should be a day.
That's my saying. I said clown shoes. I said clown shoes. I'm kidding. I don't care. Clown shoes.
Can commit crime. Right, well, giving a speech at a rally in Pennsylvania yesterday, he started talking about how police are, quote, not allowed to do their job due to political pressures, with them getting rambly and incoherent as usual, and then saying,
you know, if you had one day, like one real rough, nasty day, now if you had one really violent day, one rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately. End immediately. You know, it'll end immediately.
And with that, while this is by no means Donald Trump's first time endorsing and promoting police violence, a campaign official for Trump said he's clearly joking, saying he was, quote, floating it in jest. And yeah, if you look at his face really close, you can see how he's joking. Also, in addition to not believing your lying eyes, don't believe your lying ears. You're not hearing people applaud for a day of police violence. They were actually laughing at the very obvious joke. Anyway, another day, another batshit crazy thing that somehow gets normalized by a chunk of the country. And then, in possibly the dumbest fucking story from over the weekend, let's talk about Bowen Yang, SNL, and Chappell Roan. There was a fucking CNN article about this. We got a presidential candidate that just soft launched the idea of fucking legalizing the purge. We gotta talk about a scandal that involves Bowen Yang wearing a baby hippo costume. But the reason this has become national news now is because, as we've talked about a few times, Chappell Roan's been very vocal about struggling with her newfound fame and harassment from fans. And then more recently, there was a controversy, backlash, and defense of Chappell Roan over, you know, who she's voting for and what is an endorsement versus voting. Saturday Night Live, which just came back, they kind of touched on everything in a sketch about Moo Deng, which, if you're not chronically online, is now a very famous baby hippo. I feel like I'm getting dumber the more we talk about this. I gotta go fast. But Moo, she's gotten a lot of love, right? People on the internet just obsessed with her and her apparently diva hippo behavior. And in this bit, Bowen Yang played Moo and essentially paralleled Moo's fame to Chappell's. We're making the very clear connection by saying, I'm your favorite hippo's favorite hippo. With Moo then going on to complain about her career the same way Chappell has, saying things like, it's come to the point where I need to set boundaries. Do not yell my name or expect a photo just because I'm your parasocial bestie or because you appreciate my talent. And Moo also saying she will not be making an endorsement in the presidential election. And this sketch did not sit well with a lot of her fans. With them writing things like Chappell's family was stalked and she was sexually harassed, this is beyond unfunny, and something about men making fun of a young woman's struggle.
Yeah, I mean, that's SNL.
With fame and mental health does not sit right with me. This
for goddamn 45 years. 45 years now we've strapped with this terrible show. Get it gone, bitch. Get it gone.
This isn't funny. Kevin's also actually set to be a musical guest on SNL, and some are now hoping
I think the people on the show are awesome.
cancels her appearance. Others also specifically mad at Bowen because he recently interviewed Chappell for Interview magazine in a piece very sympathetic to her struggles. With many saying this is some sort of betrayal from Bowen, but then Bowen actually defended himself on his Instagram story, sharing a headline claiming he, quote, mocked Chappell in writing. Oh geez, mocks? If my personal stance on the piece aren't absolutely clear in terms of supporting her, then there it is, I guess.
There it is, I guess, you fucking idiots.
Everything she has ever asked for has been reasonable, and even then we can connect it to another story about boundaries or whatever. And with that, we've seen tons of people taking his side, saying there is nothing offensive about the sketch, and that actually they're literally just saying stop treating Chappell Roan like a zoo animal. And then separate from all that, you have people saying there's nothing wrong here. This is a comedy show about current events, and he's doing comedy about current events. And personally, I find myself agreeing with those last two comments, but that's the situation. A lot of people have a lot of different feelings, and I'll pass the question off to you. What are yours? And then, in big entertainment news, Netflix is in big trouble with his baby reindeer situation, which, I mean, if you haven't seen yet, I highly recommend it. I mean, it's also an Emmy Award winning.
Yeah, it was super good about stalking. Almost all the fucking stories on the Philip DeFranco story, on the Philip DeFranco show, are about fucking stalking. Is it a surprise? No. Not at all.
Show now, right? And it's
people are sick now.
This comedy drama written by and starring Richard Gadd, whose real experience with a stalker supposedly inspired the series. Thing is, though it was fictionalized, internet detectives were able to figure out the real identity of the stalker character, Martha. With that woman, Fiona Harvey, then coming forward, denying pretty much all of the big stalking accusations, and then suing Netflix for defamation and other infractions, with her seeking $170 million in damage.
What? That lady sued for $170 million?
Motion to have the entire suit dismissed back in July. And now what we've seen is that the judge has granted that request, at least for the negligence and gross negligence claims, as well as for the punitive damages. But the reason we're talking about this today is he did allow one claim to go forward: intentional infliction of emotional distress, which applies to extreme and outrageous false statements. Right, and that because, as the judge points out, when Gadd made the original Baby Reindeer screenplay, he billed it as based on a true story. But then when it was adapted into a Netflix series, the very first episode stated unequivocally that this is a true story, thereby inviting the audience to accept the statements as fact. And this, even though according to the Sunday Times, sources in the TV industry
it was
said
a
the claim
lie.
that it's a true story was inserted by Netflix, and Gadd actually expressed concerns about presenting it as such, which we're now seeing the judge taking as evidence that Netflix acted with actual malice, with him also pointing to several, quote, substantial...
Oh no! Netflix blew Baby Reindeer out of the fucking water?
disparities between what really happened and what was shown on screen. Where, for example, Harvey denies stalking a police officer, sexually assaulting Gadd, violently attacking him in a pub by smashing a bottle over his head and gouging his eyes, and waiting outside his home for up to 16 hours a day. And in fact, Gadd only reiterated some lesser claims, saying she stalked him, sometimes pinched his butt, and sent him thousands of disturbing emails and voicemails. With him also adding that in real life, she wasn't actually prosecuted or put in jail, though he did report her to the police and got a harassment warning. So you have the judge saying there is a major difference between stalking and being convicted of stalking in a court of law. Likewise, there are major differences between inappropriate touching and sexual assault, as well as between shoving and gouging another's eyes. Now with this, in its defense, Netflix has put forth a few different arguments. First, they can
look at all the nasty people that get caught up in this sort of goddamn fucking failure.
That the show's event should be viewed as substantially true because Harvey did arguably similar things in real life. Second, they claim that most viewers would understand the show to be, quote, not factual because it was shot in the style of a drama. And third, they're saying that similarities between the real and fictionalized people were so broad that average viewers would not be able to make the connection. But there, we saw the judge disagreeing with those arguments, right? This is not the typical case where a plaintiff happens to be one of hundreds of people that match a fictional character's broad characteristics. Rather, Martha and plaintiff Miss Harvey have specific similarities that few others could claim to share. And so now it very much appears that we're going to see this lawsuit actually play itself out. And so far, right, based off of this judge's stinging remarks, this may not be...
Yeah, I have a baby reindeer, and I think they're just as fucked up as this story is.
The slam dunk for Netflix many thought that it would be. But then, to take a quick break from the news for a second, you know, celebrating with a few drinks, it shouldn't have to affect how you feel the next day. Especially when the next day has kids, work, working out, whatever responsibilities or things you want to do involved. You don't have to feel...
I have nothing but love for all the people around me. I know that I'm not the most fun person and I'm hard to be relating to. That's all I have to say.
bad the next day. And personally, I've been able to enjoy a few and get what I need done the next day thanks to the fantastic sponsor of the show, ZBiotics. Right, because ZBiotics pre-alcohol probiotic is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. You see, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut, and that byproduct is a big reason why you feel so rough the next morning. So pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break that byproduct down, and it's designed to work like your liver, but in your gut where you need it most. So just drink this probiotic before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. Right? Especially because fall is here and so is football. So alcohol is often in the mix. So stock up now to avoid the rough next morning. I mean, I am happy to report I woke up feeling fantastic after the Alabama-Georgia game. Right? ZBiotics is more than just a sponsor to me. And so for you, I say just go to zbiotics.com/DeFranco to get 15% off your first order when you use DeFranco at checkout. And pre-alcohol is backed with a 100% money-back guarantee. So if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. And just remember, that's zbiotics.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco at checkout for 15% off. Then in quickie online drama news, we got Mr. Beast facing more backlash. So this time, not in relation to his previous scandals or the class action lawsuit, but now over an apparent job posting seeking an AI concept artist. According to Dexerto, the listing for the position was posted on September 27th, but got removed yesterday, with reportedly no reason being given as to why it was taken down, right? If it was filled or they're just no longer hiring or what's happening. But this notably after people were slamming Mr. Beast for looking for an AI position in the first place. With folks posting things like, hey, Mr. Beast, go fuck yourself, dude. Maybe put a real artist who needs a job on payroll instead of shelling out money for someone to put a prompt into a generator. Unbelievable. And fuck Mr. Beast for his poor treatment of his employees, mistreating his contestants, and now using fucking AI. He hides behind a facade of generosity when really he's the average YouTube shithead with no regard for anyone but himself. And with this, as Dexerto said, it's no longer up. If you go to his LinkedIn job listings, the role's no longer there. What appears to have been the URL for it now just takes you to an error page, though there is a listing for a regular concept artist, but that was posted at least 2 weeks ago, so before all this backlash rolled in. But with all this, here's the thing. Well, obviously this is getting attention because of the Mr. Beast of it all. It's also important to know that AI job postings are becoming all that more common. For example, the Wall Street Journal reporting back in March that AI job listings were up 42% compared to December of
42%.
So as far as the specific backlash against Mr. Beast, you have some arguing that indicates Mr. Beast has really just fallen from grace in a new way. Or with part of the argument being that all other things being the same, like if he had not had the scandals, people would give him the benefit of the doubt or more grace here. But with that, I'll say, I don't know, that you're dealing with hypotheticals there and feelings around AI art and video creation. I mean, that was polarized even without Mr. Beast being involved. And really, given the past few months, I think Mr. Beast probably just relieved that this controversy doesn't involve him being actively sued. But then, in actually huge AI news, Gavin Newsom just vetoed a bill that would have implemented the strictest AI regulations in the nation. People saying this delivers a major win to the powerful big tech companies that lobbied against the legislation. And if you happen to miss that episode a few weeks ago where we talked about this, I forgive you. Because like we talked about a few weeks ago, this
No, I think I watched
both
it.
chambers of the California State Legislature with absolutely overwhelming bipartisan support. And specifically, this proposal known as SB 1047, it would have imposed groundbreaking rules. Things like requiring safety testing for large AI systems or models before public release.
Yeah, I remember this.
Technology has caused serious harms like death or property damage by giving the state attorney general the right to sue, as well as mandating that firms build a kill switch into certain AI systems to shut them off immediately in case of biowarfare or other mass casualties. But this bill also proved to be very controversial. Right on one side, we saw many groups throwing their weight behind the legislation, arguing that these pioneering safeguards are necessary to protect the public and hold AI companies accountable, with us also including 120 Hollywood actors and producers signing a letter last week urging Newsom to sign the proposal. But that also echoed by another letter signed by 50 academics, including some pioneering AI researchers like Jeffrey Hinton, who's also known as the godfather of AI. And that letter describing SB 1047 as reasonable and an important tool to deter the rapid proliferation of unsafe models. Also arguing there that this law would only formalize voluntary commitments that tech companies have already made, writing decisions about whether to release future powerful AI models should not be taken lightly, and they should not be made purely by companies that don't face any accountability for their actions. With also the likes of Elon Musk actually being one of the most significant backers, with him saying that he supports regulating AI like any other products that pose, quote, a potential risk to the public. With that said, he appeared to be alone among the tech giants there, with many other major venture capital firms and big tech companies like OpenAI, Google, Meta, and Microsoft openly voicing opposition to the legislation, arguing that it could stifle innovation in the state and using their considerable power and influence to lobby against the measure, and claiming that because California is home to so many of these companies, this move could undermine America's ability to compete with other global powers in the race to dominate AI, with some even threatening to leave the state if SB 1047 was signed into law. Additionally, you had a bunch of Bay Area and Silicon Valley politicians urging Newsom to veto the vote, with this including basically all the Congress members who represent represent the areas around San Francisco, and most notably, Nancy Pelosi, who condemned the measure as ill-informed. And evidently, the opponents here won out in the end, with Newsom issuing a statement explaining his veto where he argued that the bill focused too much on regulating the largest AI models without considering risks from smaller models, claiming that those could be just as dangerous, and echoing the assertion that the legislation could stifle positive innovation, and saying while the bill is well-intentioned, it left out important measures, saying, "I do not believe this is the best approach to protecting the public from real threats posed by the technology." But Newsom also said that he agrees with the author of SB 1047 that the state does need to approve AI guardrails and protections, but he does not believe this is the way, arguing that the state's approach, quote, "must be based on empirical evidence and science," and vowing to continue working towards a solution. With the governor also announcing yesterday that his administration will work with top academics in the AI space to develop workable guardrails for the industry. Well, we'll have to wait to see what that actually looks like in practice. In the meantime, you have plenty of people slamming Newsom for his veto, with, for example, California Senator Scott Wiener, who authored the bill, saying in a statement, "The veto is a setback for everyone who believes in oversight of massive corporations that are making critical decisions that affect the safety and welfare of the public and the future of the planet." And adding, "It leaves us with the troubling reality that companies aiming to create an extremely powerful technology face no binding restrictions from U.S. policymakers, particularly given Congress's continuing paralysis around regulating the tech industry in any meaningful way." And then, do you remember back in 2022 when a pair of climate protesters from the group Just Stop Oil entered the National Gallery in London and threw tomato soup on Van Gogh's Sunflowers painting? Well, those two actually got arrested, charged, convicted, and now brought before a judge to be sentenced a few days ago. And to be clear, right, the painting, which is worth over $84 million, was unharmed thanks to its protected glass. But the judge said that the soup had a corrosive effect on the painting's 17th century wood frame, the value of which was lowered by an estimated $13,000. And so with that, he sentenced the pair to 2 years and 20 months in jail, respectively.
Oh
which is
my
actually
God.
huge, right? To give you context, protesters have done these sorts of things everywhere.
For 100 years.
To Italy, to England, and the United States over the past few years. But most, they've gotten away without jail time. Some have gotten maybe a few weeks, and others just a fine. Which is why you have people saying 2 years is shocking. We saw the judge justify the sentences by claiming that their actions could have caused irreversible damage to a masterpiece. With them also
Yeah, he's
trying to
right,
deter
though.
similar
He is
protests in the
right.
future. But I will say, if deterrence was what he was going for, he might have actually achieved the opposite of.
Yeah, because now people are like, "Oh, put me in jail for 2 years."
Because just over an hour after that sentencing, 3 more Just Stop Oil activists entered the National Gallery, Heinz vegetable soup in hand, and did it again.
No. Oh, those poor people are like, "No, the most beautiful thing I've ever seen has been marred." Oh. Fucking Philistines. Just stop oil. Just stop oil.
With the National Gallery.
Just stop oil. I mean, they're right, though. They are right.
Spokeswoman telling the New York Times that the paintings were examined by a conservator and are unharmed. But regardless, the protesters were arrested, and now they're expected to show up in court today. Now, I will say, other climate activists have received harsher punishments before, like 5 people who got at least 4 years for conspiring to block a highway in London, which 1, were actually the longest sentences ever imposed for a nonviolent protest in Britain, and 2, perhaps not coincidentally, by the same judge. With this latest sentence, you have people saying, it's remarkable given how small the crime was. But with all that, I got to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here, both on the method of...
My thoughts are, anytime that they see individuality, they snuff it out like a fucking fire in the woods. And honestly, they're probably not wrong to do that. If the fire catches blaze and we get angry with you guys, it's going to be a really horrible thing. I'm really angry with you, and all I need is the gasoline of somebody else's indignation to full-blown kill everybody in the U.S. government.
Protest as well as a 2-year sentence. Then I don't know.
I don't mean that like in some kind of punitive, nasty, I want to hurt you way. I mean it in a let's stop you before you hurt us anymore way.
This story is too nerdy for you, or maybe too specific. We'll see. Because it has to do with this whole crazy, complicated, messy WordPress controversy. And for a lot of people, it basically comes down to one question. Is WordPress co-founder Matt Mullenweg defending the spirit of open source software? Or is he just another executive going after a rival company? And so the first thing that you need to know is that there's actually 2 different WordPresses. Right? There's WordPress.org, which is an open source content management system that relies on donations, community contributions to run. Right? And that's led by Mullenweg and some other lesser-known board members. And then you have WordPress.com. And that is a website that sells a hosted version of the open source software. It's owned by a private for-profit company called Automatic, and it's also run by Mullenweg. But of course, because the software is open source, any company can basically do the same thing. In fact, the WordPress CMS is reportedly used by around 43% of all websites. Though it's not clear how many are actually hosted by WordPress.com. But for sure, like, one of the biggest services goes by the name WP Engine, and despite the name, it actually has no affiliation with either version of WordPress. But still, since its founding in 2010, it's become a major rival to Automatic and WordPress.com, with more than 200,000 websites using the service to power their online presence. And very notably to this story, WP Engine was actually acquired by a private equity firm by the name of Silver Lake back in 2018. And actually with that, you had Mullenweg all of a sudden coming out swinging at a WordPress conference last week that actually had WP Engine as a sponsor.
The company is controlled by Silver Lake, a private equity firm with $102 billion in assets under management. Silver Lake doesn't give a dang about your open source ideals. It just wants return on capital.
It's true.
So it's at this point that I ask everyone in the WordPress community to go vote with your wallet. Who are you giving your money to? Someone who's going to nourish the ecosystem, or someone who's going to frack every bit of value out of it until it withers?
And then after all that, he wasn't done. He ripped into WP Engine even more in a blog post, saying that it's strip mining the WordPress ecosystem and giving users a crappier experience so they can make more money. And adding, this is one of the many reasons they are a cancer to WordPress. And it's important to remember that unchecked, cancer will spread. And with that, you also had him highlighting that WP Engine reportedly contributes just 40 hours per week to the development of the open source WordPress software. Whereas Automatic, on the other hand, reportedly contributes just under 4,000 hours per week. But of course, like, a very big thing here is WP Engine isn't technically breaking the rules of WordPress's open source license, right? Maybe it would be nice and a lot of people would love if the company did more, but they don't actually have to give back to the WordPress community just because they're making money off the open source code. Which is why, in addition to what he's saying here, Mullenweg's actually going after the company's name, accusing WP Engine of trademark infringement, claiming WP Engine is profiting off of the confusion caused by the company's brand. With a very key
Yeah,
thing
he's
being
right,
that as
though.
of September 19th, the WordPress
And I hope they
policy said
win.
you were free to use the WP abbreviation in any way you see fit. But at some point since, it was updated to say the abbreviation WP is not covered by the WordPress trademarks, but please don't use it in a way that confuses people. For example, many people think WP Engine is WordPress Engine and officially associated with WordPress, which it's not. They have never once even donated to the WordPress Foundation, despite making
Not even
billions
once.
of revenue on top of WordPress. And with that, while
Yeah, that's like pretty much they're the parasite that lives in the WordPress engine. If they've never donated $1 to these people they've made billions off of, they're a parasite.
WP Engine is the focus here, right? There are tons of other services that use WP in their name, with many users in the community highlighting some examples. And also, I'll say very notably, that's not the only way that other companies are getting caught in the middle. Right, last week, Automatic actually sent a cease and desist letter in an attempt to make the company pay up. And with that, WP Engine customers were temporarily cut off from accessing WordPress.org servers. And while yes, they've now been granted reprieve, WP Engine is now facing a deadline to resolve the conflict or have its customers' access fall apart again. Mullenweg saying that WP Engine has two ways to pay their fair share, either by paying a licensing fee or making contributions to the open source WordPress project, saying this isn't a money grab. It's an expectation that any business making hundreds of millions of dollars off of an open source project ought to give back, and if they don't, then they can't use its trademarks. But there we're seeing WP Engine hitting back, saying a money grab is exactly what this is. With that, they actually sent their own cease and desist letter to Automatic over Mullenweg's comments. And in that letter, they claim Automatic demanded a very large sum of money days before Mullenweg's comments at the conference, with him allegedly threatening to carry out a, quote, scorched earth nuclear approach against WP Engine. And so with all of that playing out, there have been a lot of mixed reactions. You've got some in the WordPress community thinking WP Engine is in the wrong, others accusing Mullenweg of abusing his power for his own gain, or some even calling for him to step down. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how all this plays out. And so for those of you out there that either use WordPress.com, WordPress.org, WP Engine, or even if you have feelings about open source versus for-profit, like, what are your thoughts here? But that, my friends, brings us to the end of today's show. Thank you for watching. For more news you need to know, I got you covered here and here.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It's hard to take a lot of it.
Do you smell that? Oh, you know, it's like that smell when you get a brand new car. Except this is the MMORPG, Throne and Liberty. A game I spent my entire weekend just no-lifing, just so I can make a video on it for YouTube to beat me down with its algorithm stick, screaming, "Why aren't you making FF14 content?" Look, I know this isn't your typical content from me, but you know deep down you're this MMORPG craving addict, looking for your next fix and wondering if this game is it. And well, for me, it isn't. I'm quite content with Final Fantasy XIV, and this is definitely no Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft. But maybe if the Elder Scrolls Online or Guild Wars 2 or Black Desert Online is more your thing, this game could interest you, maybe. Like any MMORPG, we begin with selecting a server and making a character. Who would have guessed? The character creation options are varied with multiple sliders, which I just don't f with, to create a character to your liking, if that's something you like to do. But also, they feel very oddly limited in some departments, like not being able to change the color of your tattoo. I don't know if I was like missing something here, but I literally couldn't change the color of it. Also, body options just seem to be lacking in diversity completely. Like, look, guys, I just wanted to make a muscle mummy, okay? And I couldn't do that. Anyway, once we made a character and I couldn't find where the to name my character, we're then thrown into the prologue and we learn some basic combat mechanics like ability usage and blocking and dodging and switching weapons, and it all takes about 5 to 10 minutes to complete. And once you get around halfway through, you can finally name your character. And god, did I feel stupid that I had no idea why I didn't name my character in character creation. I had to Google that, by the way. But anyway, if you're familiar with Guild Wars 2, you'll realize fairly quickly that this combat is pretty similar to that. It's a tab targeting MMO, clearly, with action combat elements sprinkled in. Kind of a hybrid, if you will. It's trying to give you the illusion that it's action combat, but it's very much a tab targeting MMO. It even takes the 2-weapon concept from Guild Wars 2, and no, I know, New World also does that, but Guild Wars 2 did it before then. Either way, the weapon combination here actually dictates what class you play, rather than it being some predetermined thing you pick at the character creation menu. This means you're not locked to a certain class upon character creation if you don't like the feel of a weapon you pick up. But this is where the first problem arises, at least for me, is the game gives you this kind of illusion that if you don't like a weapon, you can simply switch it up and change. But if you've committed resources into your weapon type, that's a bit difficult to do. Let me explain. So each weapon has 12 abilities and 7 passives. You can equip up to 12 abilities and 8 passives, and you don't have to evenly distribute these either. You can have 7 abilities from one weapon and 5 abilities from another, if you'd like, and your character seamlessly swaps between both weapon types to perform these abilities, which does make the general combat feel pretty smooth. The problem lies in upgrading these abilities, which is something you'll want to start to do pretty early on if you actually want to grow stronger, and that's something that I like to do when I play an MMORPG, is gradually feel stronger as I play the game and grind to max level. So
it's weird how he's playing the Final Fantasy XI intro.
These abilities requires these items called skill growth books, one for passives and one for active abilities. You'll get a ton of these for doing the main story, but after that, you're on your own, kid, because you need to do a long grind to get any of these items. So before you commit to a weapon, it's probably best to experiment with what kind of weapon you get a feel for early on, before using all your items on one weapon and just end up not liking it. You can, however, get these skill conversion tickets that'll swap the current level of one of your abilities or passives and transfer it to another. And you get a few of these for free for reaching level milestones, which you do get enough of to transfer a whole weapon and all of its passives to another. At least I did, because for some reason, server transferring reset these milestones and gave me extra conversion tickets. I don't know if this was a bug or not, but normally you'll get about 12, which won't actually cover all of the abilities or passives. Just, I don't know. Server transfer, it's free. You can get 2 for free if you want. I had to use the server transfer tickets because every server on Europe was actually dying, but more on that later. I'm mostly complaining because
Dis, let's hear him say it again too, because I expected this to lead, and it did. Listen to it.
Had to use the server transfer tickets because
he had to use the server transfer tickets. So he's ashamed to admit this, but listen to it.
Abilities or passives and transfer it to another, and you get a few of these for free for reaching level milestones, which you do get enough of to transfer a whole weapon and all of its passives to another. At least I did, because for some reason server transferring reset these milestones and gave me extra conversion tickets. I don't know if this was a bug or not, but normally you'll get about 12, which won't actually cover all of the abilities or passives. Just, I don't know. Server transfer, it's free. You can get 2 for free if you want. I had to use the server transfer tickets because every server on Europe was actually dying, but more on that later. I'm mostly complaining because it would be nice if the game warned you how limited these skill growth books are throughout the main story, or at least give the option to reset a skill and get all your books back. But respecting your time is simply something that these type of games don't give
Just don't do.
to do.
Yeah,
So
they don't care.
Get idiot. If you've committed resources, that's it. You're done. There's also these things called weapon masteries, and unfortunately there's absolutely no way to swap these with one another. What these are is another form of progression in which you can unlock traits for your weapon type. You'll level up masteries from doing exploration, which will reward out masteries, and doing these things called contracts. These are like your typical MMORPG fetch quests. Go kill some monsters, gather some wood, etc. These are limited on a charge-based currency, so you can only do so many before you have to wait for your contract rights, which they are called, to be recharged. You also get contract coins for doing these, which can be used to buy materials for crafting and enhancing gear. And if you are going to be taking your gearing and character progression seriously, then you'll want to be doing these every day or every few days, as you can leave your charges to stockpile a bit. That aside though, there is fortunately some things that you can easily reset at absolutely no cost. Stat points and skill specializations. And it's as simple as clicking a button that says reset all, and ta-da, you've reset all your stat points or skill specializations. The stats on this game are pretty straightforward and include 4 stats: strength, dexterity, wisdom, and perception, all of which benefit you regardless of what class you play. Some stats might benefit other classes better, of course, but none are really wasted. Strength makes you more durable, dexterity increases your damage output, wisdom gives you more mana, and perception influences your debuff and crowd control capabilities. Simple stuff really, and that's just in a nutshell. Skill specializations are rather interesting, however. As you level, you'll get more skill specialization points that can be used to augment your abilities. These can be simple augments like more damage, or buff duration, or debuff duration, with some augments even changing how an ability works, like turning a line AoE move into an ice area around you, or making a heavy hitting move hit even harder with a charge time. It's interesting things like these that can really diversify and cater to your playstyle. The unfortunate thing is, this game has been out for a little over
4 years. I think it's 4 years.
For a year, or maybe under a year in
No, it's like a year.
The Korean region.
But the Koreans have been at it for 4 years dreaming.
And there are people who have played this game before it's released here in
like before that, it was like 2 years before that. It's been like 4 years.
The West. So you will have a lot of meta builds.
Disparity.
And people expecting you to play these meta builds. So at the end of the day, this is really the illusion of choice. I guess unless you do PvP, then you can kind of make some unique builds to your liking that people might not expect coming at them. So there is that, but when it comes to PvE, you'll probably have some sort of expectation. And unfortunately, Lost Ark also suffered this same fate of just people expecting you to know what the you're doing, even though the game is basically new over here. But that's a personal frustration that I have with these type of games. So let's just move on from that. And it's
I'm not going to play this game longer than 45 minutes. I don't think I'm going to play it today.
Sunshine and rainbows about the combat either. Some of these abilities can feel really clunky to use. Like, some require you to stand still, even though they don't have a cast. So if you move, the ability just constantly interrupts itself, which feels pretty bad in a tab targeting MMO. In fact, it would probably feel bad in any kind of MMO you ever would play. Or having to reposition and then be told you're too far away from an enemy to attack it when you're literally pretty much right next to them. Like, I'm sorry game, but does my massive two-handed greatsword mean absolutely nothing to you? Oh, and then there's also just running out of mana in really long fights and not having any mana potions left, so you're just waiting to get mana back to press one button every few seconds. It's just these little things that can really break the flow of combat, at least for me. It's not the worst combat system I've experienced, but it's definitely not one of the best either. But it has improved since the initial beta they had like last year, where you literally couldn't move and do any abilities, so it's definitely leaps and bounds better than what it used to be. Despite all my grievances, and I know I have a lot, I did actually have a fun time with the time I spent with the game. The journey to level 50 was pretty enjoyable, and the verticality of the world can make traversal quite engaging. You can get up to really high places with these hook points and then transform and glide across the map to reach otherwise unreachable spots, which I found rather neat. Not many MMOs use this kind of verticality in their world. And yeah, the game has these transformations in the form of dashing, gliding, and swimming, which is probably the most unique concept this game has, and a pretty cool one at that. Although I do feel like the dash is like a way to say, hey, we have mounts, but you become the mount. But really it just feels like a sprint, and I feel like later down the line people are still going to be asking for actual proper mounts on this game. It's a similar issue New World used to face when they didn't add mounts to that game either. Every MMO should have mounts, by the way. It just makes the world feel better to actually travel, and having a dash that gives you the illusion that it's a mount isn't the greatest feeling.
He's right.
It can make exploration feel slower than what it should be. I also do think that the game would have stood to benefit from a climbing system, as these
How did it even get
sorry,
the Olympics?
wrong. I think the combat is pretty good looking, actually.
Really janky sometimes, and just
But the combat looks good to me, though.
refused to work. I don't know if this was my latency or I'm just stupid and wasn't in range. But unless you're at the correct range, and sometimes it felt like angle, it just wouldn't work. And sometimes you would have like a horde of monsters and their mothers f***ing chasing you to one end of the world to another, and you just wanted to get the f*** away from them, so you would hook to these points, but they would still be shooting you, and that was pretty annoying. And that's all because they have a ridiculously large aggro range, and once you step within that aggro range, they now want to kill you. And it's not like 14 where a mob sees you, then they aggro you. No, no, no. You have to be within the aggro range, and
Anyways, at this point, I'm going to stop, guys, and I'm going to go to bed. I have been at this for a while now. It has been 14 hours and 17 minutes, as you can see here. And it was a fun video to stop on. You know, I like this guy, actually. I think you're going to go far. I think this guy is actually really super good. Azurite TV, you know, saying great vid. Very helpful. Great vid, very helpful. I'll try it tomorrow when it's free. Yep. Yeah, this is the first honest review of TNL that I've seen. Azu. Yeah, this is the kind of game that are better on private servers because NCSoft can't manage their game. I wonder how good Arc Rage is. No, I'm probably not going to play this game tomorrow. I mean, it's free, but I don't want to play it. Yeah, I think that's where I fell to. NCSoft. Yeah, NCSoft is a bad company. Damn, bro, the good video starts off with more of that sweet, sweet Final Fantasy XI music. Bravo. It's funny how many people actually really like Final Fantasy XI and they just won't admit to it. It's hilarious. I love it. It's actually hilarious how many people really love this game, and it comes up sometimes. It actually really does. I lost the key to my keyboard yesterday, and it's fucking annoying. I don't know where that ended up. It's around here somewhere. I should see it. Oh, no, there it is. I found it. Yeah, I was like, I don't think this went very far. The key to my right key. Yeah. Yeah, but console is probably fire. Console is fire. I actually think this was the best comment. Last time I touched a controller was 2022. $5 years ago now. It's been 5 years. 5 years ago now. No, I don't think he wants to know any of this stuff. I don't think he cares. Goodbye. Yeah, combat still really holds it back for me. The fluidity just isn't there. I also don't feel like the abilities flow well into combat either. It's better than the ESO combat, yeah. Interesting fight here. I don't think I'm going to be honest.
Sup, you beautiful bastard.
Yeah, I think they're right. It did look half-assed to me, actually.
I've been living with the Bigfoot in my life since about 2009. They've got me as part of their clan. I have one that's with me no matter where I go. Everything is verified on my channel.
If you don't live with the Foots, you don't know the Foots.
They're not Bigfoot, they're not Sasquatch, they're the first people.
What do you mean by first people?
They were here long before us.
How long?
They came here with aliens. They told me this part. They came here with aliens tens of thousands of years ago. The aliens came here to take gold from our land. They brought the Bigfoot to protect them from the dinosaurs. To protect them from the dinosaurs while they mined the gold. That's when they got here tens of thousands of years ago. That's why they're the first people.
So they are the first indigenous people of color in the northern landmass.
They're the first people who was ever here.
No.
So do you think that part of
that would be Native Americans.
The reason that they stay in secrecy is that they're worried that they might not be able to survive under white supremacy?
No, they don't trust our government.
The Foots don't trust the government.
They know what these governments are about, and they don't trust them.
The Foots know what's going on in this government. They know everything's going on around everywhere.
Back in.
Oh my God. gonna send an email.
In 1960s, the CIA took a Bigfoot in, put it into a room and captured it. They thought they captured it. If he didn't want to go, it wasn't going. They put it in a room, had cameras on it, and they watched it go poof and gone. CIA left them alone after that.
So you're not a fan of the CIA?
Huh?
You're not a fan of the CIA?
I'm not a fan of none of this government. I've never voted. They're all lying. It's all bull. It's going to get straightened out because I had a call out about that.
All the things I've called out pretty much have happened. When things come out of my mouth, they happen. It's been
Things come out of their mouth.
I called out 6 years ago. It was 2 months after Trump was in office. I had a call out that I wasn't even in a conversation. Just ran out of my mouth at a buddy of mine's house. They say 70% of Congress is going to be gone. The corruption is going to be dealt with. The corrupt will be gone. There'll be no more corruption. We're going to get a paycheck. I don't know what that means. We're going to get a paycheck. They're going to use the RICO Act to prosecute these people.
I don't know what that means.
Pretty heavy right now.
You think there should be no government or just a little bit?
Very little, if any. Somebody's got to rule something, but they got to do it right. Freedom, total freedom. That's what we got to have.
Are you an anarcho-communist?
Am I what?
Squatch on! We're here right now in beautiful Reynoldsville, Pennsylvania, aka the Paris of Western PA. At the Bigfoot and Paranormal Expo, aka the Cryptoid Conference. Yeah, Reynoldsville. Reynolds started this place because he wanted a place for cryptoid hunters to have free reign away from the toxic jaws of the mainstream scientific community, hindering their investigation with their targeted smear campaigns.
Bigfoot, all right? What matters is the peer-reviewed research results. What matters is the data.
Now, as many of you know, about 2.5 years ago, I went searching for Bigfoot in the woods of Minnesota. I was initiated into a small research team. I myself actually searched for Bigfoot. Unfortunately, we could not find him. After I posted my video, I was accused by the cryptoid community of being a plant from the mainstream scientific community sent to discredit their findings.
Andrew Callahan is clearly a compromised asset. It's in his best
A compromised asset.
interest to make it appear as if he saw nothing, but we know he did. Who's paying this guy?
I'm here to prove
Who's
that
paying
I am not.
this guy?
I'm an ally to all cryptoid searchers and finders. You know, I'm sure there's lots of shit I don't know. Let's walk up in there and see what the hell's going on.
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot. Do you believe?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen him?
No. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, government likes to hide all kinds of stuff, so...
What do you think are the top 3 things the government is hiding?
Truth on the election. Right now, that's got to be a big one. And, of course, space aliens.
I guess Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, yeah, probably.
I'm Bill Rigby. I researched Bigfoot, all the cryptids, the paranormal, UFOs. I had a Bigfoot sighting that was 15 feet from me.
What happened?
I about filled my pants.
With what?
Oh.
Yeah, I about filled my pants. And,
You actually almost.
yeah, almost.
And did you begin immediately growing a tail?
What?
That's a term for when you're about to poop yourself.
Yes, almost.
Is it cryptids or cryptoids?
Cryptids.
Cryptids.
Some are legends from years ago, and some are people just think they saw something.
You ever seen Bigfoot?
Well, I believe we have. Like I said, I can't 100% verify it, no photos or nothing. We was out one night with the infrared binoculars, and we're just kind of looking around the yard because you get that eerie feeling like something's watching you. And we spotted something probably from here to the wood line up there to where we seen eyeballs. Now, wasn't too sure, kind of ducked behind a tree, kind of come back out, you know, a couple different times. And I told her to keep looking through the binoculars and I was going to walk out there. So I walked out to where we believe it was at, and the eyeballs were probably about this high above my head to where we seen it.
Eyeballs?
Yes, that's all we saw in the infrared was the eyes. It was too far out there to really detect a body shape or anything like that.
So that people think that Bigfoot is a primate or a possible distant relative or subclass to Homo sapiens. There is trace evidence of this creature. There's footprints, there's hair. It eats various types of food. We believe it's an omnivore. It eats whatever it wants, whatever it can find. It's an opportunist.
Hi, my name is Brian Seach.
And I'm Terry Seach.
People are seeing things. They're seeing something that looks like a giant ape, 6 to 8 feet tall, Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia. They see it all over the place. So
how come they're so elusive and so hard to document?
They're smarter than humans.
They stay away from humans, which, if they're smart, that's a good thing.
If they're interdimensional, that's another reason why they're elusive, because we're not able to see, where they're going or where they're coming from.
How about Mothman?
1966 to 1967, there was this winged entity seen in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, by over 100 witnesses. And if you've ever seen the drawings, it looks like almost like a humanoid with wings and no neck, red eyes, able to keep up with cars at about 100 miles an hour. We were down there and we talked to a couple of eyewitnesses, and we believe that that's what they saw. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but that's what we believe. That's what they saw.
So where did you guys meet my grandpa?
MUFON conference, and he gave a presentation on the orange orbs. So and I have his book too. Great book there, Terry.
Many people don't know my grandfather Terry Ray is actually a best-selling MUFON author. He wrote a book called The Mystery of the Orange Orbs, available on Amazon. I've never met any mutual friends of my grandfather, so this is my first time. I wouldn't say they know each other, however, you have seen his presentation.
And I have his book also. I got his book. He documents in detail all of the different findings and what these orbs do. Just very interesting things. I do remember when I was reading it, he categorizes everything. So it's a good book.
All right, now I'm not sure what's going on here, but there's a flyer that's thumbtacked to this gazebo right here that says, "Bigfoot turns me on. Please give me a call. One rule, no words, just grunts, growls, and howls." Now I'm not sure if this is like a sort of like bestial phone sex hotline, but we're gonna figure out what's going on. I'm gonna give this person a call. Maybe it's like an alternative advertisement for a sex worker in the area. Not that I want to procure any services, because I do have a girlfriend, but I would like to know, what's going on here. I typically considered Bigfoot to be a non-sexual entity, but I guess he's a horny fucker, so I think maybe this is meant for Bigfoot to call if he wants to have sex with a human, or it's for a girl to call if she wants to Bigfoot. Either way, I'm excited to get to the bottom of this. I'm calling the number right now.
Welcome to the T-Mobile payment line.
Oh, T-Mobile actually cut me off. Can I borrow your phone real quick? Yeah, I forgot to pay my phone bill at T-Mobile. I typically do that.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Check the number and dial again.
Oh, it's a fake number. Someone's playing a prank on us, man.
That's not cool.
I got a question for you guys.
What's up?
Is he out there?
Swampy is definitely real.
Where's he at?
It's Everglades.
Okay, cool. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't seen him.
You ever tried to look for him?
No, I haven't. Oh, no.
You believe in God?
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's what was taught to me.
Who taught it to you?
My mom and dad.
Your mom and dad still around?
No.
You miss them?
Do I miss them? Sometimes.
Hey, what are your top 3 interests right now in life?
Thinking about retire.
Nice.
That's the only thing I'm thinking about right now.
What's your job been for the past decades?
You looking at it. I make the fire pits and everything.
What do you like better, Golden Corral or Cracker Barrel?
Golden Corral.
Why?
Better variety.
You got any kids?
Yeah, a few.
You like
Yeah,
them?
a few.
Yeah, yeah.
Where were you at on 9/11?
Sitting in my house.
What was your first reaction?
Wow.
You ever been to a concert?
Nope. Yes.
What concert was it?
Sure.
Was it magical?
Yes.
It was good.
It was good.
Be invisible or be able to fly?
Invisible.
Why?
Then you can't see me. You wouldn't be here.
How you doing?
Good.
Good.
What's on your mind today, bro?
Nothing.
Really? You believe in Bigfoot?
Yeah.
How come?
I don't know.
You ever seen him?
No.
Do you want to see him?
Yes.
What's your favorite sports team?
None.
What do you like?
Dinosaurs.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
T-Rexes.
Diplodocus.
Because I'm nice and angry.
Oh, wow. Are you angry?
No.
Are you happy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you scared of T-Rexes?
No.
How come?
I don't know.
I mean, if I saw a T-Rex, I'd be pretty scared.
Yeah.
Are you scared of anything?
Yes.
What are you scared of?
Ghosts.
Ghosts.
Have you seen one?
No.
Are you scared you're gonna see one?
Yes.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
A cop.
How come?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You gonna save people?
Yes.
Who do you want to save?
My family. My family.
Need
People who need help.
That's right, man. You're a great kid, man.
That's right.
Marcus.
All right, Marcus, I'm going to catch up with you in 20 years. I'll meet you right here in this spot in 2043, okay? Sounds good. See you then.
Type thing.
I've actually scared people when we're out investigating with other researchers.
You also get a really good idea of whenever I'm in the doghouse. Yeah. This is what it sounds like when I get hollered at.
And you've actually been yelled at like that before after messing up.
Yes. I've been in the doghouse so many times, and just always constantly being hollered at. Dave do this, Dave do that, and it all it comes out like that.
How long have you been a believer for?
I don't know if I'm really a believer or not. Everybody sees them. We have property down there. I don't see nothing. I hear tree knocks.
You hear that?
Nah, I don't know.
Yeah. Truthfully, I was getting a bit tired of hearing lukewarm eyewitness accounts of Bigfoot without hearing any substantial information about where he was. After all, as a journalist, my job is to find proof, and anecdotal evidence was only taking me so far. As the afternoon continued, I was able to track down the lead organizer, a local man named Marcus. I figured maybe he was the guy to point me in the right direction.
Me, my wife, and our buddy put this together.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh, this is awesome, dude.
We started the nonprofit for the Jefferson County Bigfoot Paranormal Expo. We put it all together. So.
What got you started in this whole subculture?
Believe it or not, our daughter. She was only 10 years old last year, and
she saw him
herself.
She saw him.
No.
Oh.
And she got all these crafts together for an event. The event canceled, and for a 10-year-old telling her that she don't have all these crafts, she can't sell all the work that she just did. It's
no good.
So me and my wife decided we'll just do our own.
It seemed that Marcus was nothing more than a great dad who fell into the campy and benevolent category of squatcher, who doesn't believe in a zoological deep state and is way more quirky than conspiratorial. As far as legit leads, this conference seemed like a dud, and I realized that it was mostly just an opportunity for vendors to sell knickknacks.
This isn't a dud, it's a beautiful success.
I was ready to scarf down a hot dog.
Beautiful success.
But then I noticed a Subaru pulling in that said Bigfoot Mobile Command Center, and this gave me hope. Behind the wheel was the El Chapo of tri-state cryptid researchers, Mike Familant, a name that rings bells from Erie to Westchester.
Life with the possibility of Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster is far superior to one without.
I agree.
I figured if I wanted to find this bastard, Mike was my best shot.
My name's Mike Famla, and we are at the Jefferson County Bigfoot and Cryptid Festival in Reynoldsville, Pennsylvania. Cryptid is any sort of undocumented, undiscovered biological creature that's just unrecognized by science. So you have Bigfoot, you have winged cryptids such as Mothman, Jersey Devil, like we're going to talk about. You have the Dogman, such as some Bigfoot type creatures, Bigfoot. Some people think that they're related to aliens and they could be beamed down from like UFOs. Some people think that they're interdimensional and can like come into and out of this dimension, but I think they're biological creatures just like us, like a here on this planet, like a duck or a chicken or a turkey or something.
And how many Bigfoot do you think there are?
I think there's like 2,000 in the United States. And I think mostly they're up in the Pacific Northwest, up in Northern California, Washington, Oregon. But I think Pennsylvania definitely has a healthy population as well.
What's the most solid piece of evidence you have for the existence of Bigfoot?
Okay, so in High Point State Park in Northwest New Jersey, I did a barred owl call, which goes like, wah, 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 wah. Right, so I did one of them, very loud, and about 15 seconds later, we get a call back, and it's a series of 3 Bigfoot howls, right? So we recorded this for 5 people, 5 voice recorders, we all got it.
It was their
I
friend.
sent it away to a linguist from the military, a scientist from the military, right, who does Bigfoot research on the side. He came and with this like 5-page report said because of X, Y, and Z, it's outside of human vocal range, and it's no known animal from northwestern New Jersey. That's a scientist from the military coming to say that. That's pretty cool, you know? So
that's pretty insane.
Yeah.
Damn, I'd be stoked.
Yeah.
What does a Bigfoot house sound like?
Loud and long. Did every continent except Antarctica has a cryptid on it.
How often do you look for it?
This is my full-time job. I actually go around and do this full-time, so I'm out probably 5 nights out of the week looking for Bigfoot.
Oh my God.
Uh-huh.
Damn. So how many in total, searches have you done?
Oh God, hundreds of them, if not thousands.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Have you personally seen one?
No, I haven't. I think I've been within like 20 yards up in Whitehall, New York. I was surrounded by a Bigfoot.
Suddenly as it started, it stopped. So we think that they moved out of the area, and we think that they could have potentially came down here to the end of this road that we're at.
But I've never actually seen one, no.
How did you know you were surrounded?
Well, we were getting rocks thrown at us from all different directions. It was
Their
crazy.
friends
It lasted about
were
6
playing
minutes.
with them.
Did that strike fear into your heart?
Oh, it was terrible. It was the most terrifying thing. And I knew it wasn't a person because a 15-pound laptop-sized boulder came and crashed down 5 feet from us. That's how I knew it was. That was like my first Bigfoot activity. Nothing else happened the entire night.
Laptop-sized boulder.
Nobody else had any activity that trip, so it was just my, from that, it was like, man, that's something had to throw that.
I got the sense that for Mike, it wasn't so much about the Sasquatch and about gathering concrete evidence of Bigfoot's existence. It was about the activity of squatching itself. Hunting for Bigfoot gives Mike a chance to connect with nature, exist in harmony with the great outdoors, and return to his inner child, a soul full of imagination, gradually whittled away at by the pressures and stresses of contemporary Pennsylvania life.
Go, Andrew. This is what we all think. It was good that somebody said it. I think we all kind of believe in this. We believe in magic a little bit.
It gets outside.
I don't begrudge people their magic. I believe in magic.
If you're looking for Bigfoot or otherwise, wherever they're at, they kind of find a place of solitude.
I don't begrudge people their beliefs. I begrudge these people less than Christians.
Listen and relax, and it's to get in touch with nature, but that's kind of what it is. It's just, you can see behind me, this is just absolutely gorgeous. This is one of the best views I've seen at Whitehall. Find a nice spot, just sit for a minute. Don't let anything bother you. Don't worry about text messaging and emails and work and money.
Childhood wonder aside, Mike immediately struck me as some kind of salesman. Maybe it was his Subaru decal or branded polo shirt that gave it away. But either way, he spoke with the confidence of someone that had something for sale. Upon navigating to his website, he sells 2 things. His first product is guided tours, which is probably why he's out 5 nights a week. Other people pay to go with him. The other product is just a straight up DVD called Shadow of the Red Eye, which is a ghost adventure style chronology of his cryptozoological exploits.
What happens is it's pretty cool because sometimes
I love the infrastructure underneath it. It's actually really beautiful.
Come up to me and
I don't
say,
begrudge it or dislike it. I think it's wonderful what humans will spring up around.
hey, I've never told anybody this, but 30 years ago I had a Bigfoot sighting, right? Or a Bigfoot encounter. I've never told anybody this, but my...
Oh God, I've had some sightings. When I was about 7, there was a fucking man in my fucking front yard who was like dressed in a goddamn fedora and some kind of black outfit and shit. And he had a goddamn fucking chopper. He had a fucking machine gun. Now, I chalk all of this up to my imagination, but I'm going to tell you what I saw. I saw a man with a fucking Tommy gun standing in our front yard, and when I was like 7 years old, I dived for cover. It was like 9:30 at night, and the house was dark, and I was going through the fucking the runway between the kitchen and the living room, which is a long hallway. And as I was running down the hallway, I realized that somebody was watching me who was really dangerous, who was standing in our front lawn. And when I saw him there with a goddamn Tommy gun underneath his fucking thing, and I'll tell you where I got this image from. I'll tell you where I think I got it from, which is Dick Tracy. But I saw somebody named Flat Top. I think we had been watching this movie a lot recently and stuff, and there was like this cast. Yeah, there was like this cast, and there was all these ideas and stuff in it. Yep, and Dick Tracy was actually a really fucking good movie, actually, I think. You know, in its own cheesy way. It was a Disney movie, but it was, or I don't know if it was a Disney movie, but Warren Beatty's really good. And I saw that guy. See him? I'm sorry, that guy. There, see him? That's him. I saw that guy. And I chalked this up to seeing Dick Tracy recently when I was like 7 or something, and I just was scared of some dude with a black hat and a machine gun because they depicted him rather scarily. But I mean, I saw a dude in our front lawn with a fucking Tommy gun and a fedora and a jacket. When I was like, it was like 1991 or something like that. I was like, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to say how old I was, but yeah. And it was weird. And I saw a man with a chain gun in our fucking in our front lawn. It was our front lawn right out in front of our fucking front windows. It was about 9:30 at night and it was dark and my parents were watching like Star Trek or something like that. I went running down the hall and I went diving for the fucking floor because I believed that a man with a goddamn, and I'll never forget it, I believe that a man with a and understand where I got this image from. It's right there. You can see it. But I felt that in my mind that I've always chalked this up to my youthful exuberance and my youthful fucking age and stuff, you know? But do you see him? I saw this man, this particular image of a man. It's like that particular image too, with a goddamn chopper in his fucking hand. And he's out there with a pair of glasses and the fucking light from the fucking windows that I was standing in the hallway between our kitchen and our front and our fucking dining hall and stuff. This man, he was scoping me and he was ready to shoot me. And because I froze and saw him and then dived for cover, he thought second of wasting me. But he was going to shoot my ass, I think. And when I saw that he was going to shoot my ass, he was just going to light up. I fucking dived to the floor and I started screaming at the top of my lungs, "There's a man with a gun! There's a man with a gun in our front lawn! There's a man with a gun in our front lawn! There's a man with a gun in our front lawn!" And I started screaming it and stuff. And my parents were like, "What the fuck are you talking about? There's no one here." There wasn't. There was nobody there. And I was like, "Okay, I believe you. I want to believe you." I was like, I want to believe you. I know what I saw, but I want to believe you. But I did. I saw a man with a goddamn chopper in our fucking front lawn. I'm not one to be prone to I still believe that I still believe at the age of 43, you understand? I full-blown believe that there was a man with a fucking machine gun in our front lawn when I was 7 years old. I really do believe this. I believe it as I live and breathe. I'll never let that one go. There was a man with a fucking Tommy, and not a Tommy, but a chopper. A fucking chopper in our fucking front lawn. There was. And when he saw me witness him, he thought about killing me, and then he thought better of it. And when I dived to the ground at the age of 7, he let me go. And I very much so recorded the moment when he let me go. And he was like, well, when he dived, he showed some sort of chutzpah or something. I could tell that he respected me because I went diving to the fucking ground at the age of 7. Because I thought he was going to open up on me with that fucking chopper he had in his goddamn hands. And I'm not tripping. It was a fucking 45-year-old man in a fucking fedora with a fucking chopper. Now, I want to believe that I had been watching Dick Tracy too much. And that I had just seen some kind of Disney hallucination. And then I was young and stupid. I wasn't on drugs or anything. I was 7 years old. And I just want to believe that I just saw something. I had some kind of childish hallucination or something, right? But no, I remember the fear as I dove to the ground. I remember screaming in bloody terror at my parents that I was going to be shot at with a goddamn machine gun and screaming, come now. I remember all of it. I remember it just as much as I remember the man who tried to kill me with a circular saw. Now that actually happened, and that actually happened. I put that man, he did it while I was on the phone with the 911. I put his ass in jail for 2.5 years. That actually happened. This probably didn't happen. right? But I still remember the fear that I had. I had this guttural fear response, and all I was doing was going down the hallway to cook some popcorn in a microwave. And I remember that there was some dude in our front lawn with a fucking chopper, and it really fucking scared the living shit out of me. I'll never fucking forget it. There's another time I remember when I was a kid. My father took me to a medical office when I was like 5, and they shot me in the goddamn thumb with some kind of fucking needle. And then on the way home, I had some kind of fever dream. And I remember sitting in the back of a car that didn't exist because my father owned a big black Econoline van. God, they used to call it the rapist van. You remember the big old black or white Econoline vans that were just like bigger than they should have been, that they kind of were like, want some candy, get in the van sort of vans? My father owned a fucking big black Econoline. And when he shot me in the thumb, he had a doctor. I mean, he took me to a doctor's office and they shot me in the thumb. And then he drove me home in a V, and I'll never forget it. I'm going to say it how I remember it, okay? I know this sounds fucking crazy, but I don't really truck with fantasies or ghosts or hallucinations. I actually like reality, believe it or not. I'm kind of a doubting Thomas guy. I'm just going to tell you what fucking happened. When I was like 5 years old, he took me to some fucking office complex when I was like 5 years old in Soho, New York. And the doctors there, they were doctors. They were dressed up like doctors with lights and fucking, and all that shit. Their fucking, their headgear and stuff. And they were in blue fucking, I remember they were in blue fucking scrubs. And I remember when I was 5, they were like, don't worry, something bad's going to happen. You're going to remember it, but you won't know what it means. And I was like, okay. And they were like, you're about to experience a lot of pain, but understand you're not in any threat. Nothing bad's going to happen to you. We're just running tests. And then they took a fucking needle and they stuck it in my goddamn left thumb. And I'll never forget it. They took a needle, the worst one I've ever faced in my goddamn life. And I've seen some needles. That needle was the worst experience I've ever had in my goddamn life. And they stuck me in the fucking thumb with a giant fucking needle. The kind of thing that I think they use these days for rabies. I think they stuck me in the thumb with a fucking rabies needle. That's what I want to believe that happened. I want to believe that my father disguised that I was bit or stood on a nail or something like that from my mother. I want to believe this wholeheartedly, but I don't. I'm going to tell you right now, I know what happened. I was there. My father submitted me to a doctor who shot me in the fucking thumb with some kind of fucking fucked up vaccination in my thumb. And then on the way home, I had a crazy fucking fever dream. And I wish I was kidding, but no, this happened. And I remember every fucking second of it, too. And I rode home, and I had a fever dream. And my father drove me home in a crazy VW Bug with no hood on it. And it wasn't his car. It wasn't even his family's car. I don't know where he got that fucking car from, but that was the car that he drove me home in my fever dream, at which point I told him that my brain was going to boil. I remember this. I was like, my brain is going to boil and I'm going to fry. And I just told him this. I was like, my brain is too hot and I can't stop thinking how hot my brain is right now. And I'm sorry, I'm very sick. And he was like, it's okay. And the sun from the open roof of the VW Bug was bleaching my eyes and fucking like sweating me to death. I was like having some kind of crazy overheating episode. And I imagine that's what it was too. I imagine that's probably what it was. I imagine I overheated when I was like 5 years old or something like that. But I can tell you what my brain told me was happening, which was that my father was some kind of weird fucked up person who wasn't really telling anybody the truth, and that he knew all these fucked up people, and that they knew all these fucked fucked up government people, and that they ran some kind of crazy fucking fucked up experiment on me when I was like 5. And I don't say these things because I like them or I want you to believe them. I actually don't believe them. Believe it or not, I don't believe anything that I'm fucking saying. I'll be very clear about that. I believe it to be the rantings and the ravings of a fucking crazy ex-drug addict. Let's just leave it at that, right? I don't put any validity on anything that I'm fucking saying. I view everything that happened to me as basically bullshit because it happened to me when I was like 5 years old. But I remember very distinctly what happened. He took me to a goddamn fucking, like I don't know, 27th floor apartment complex in Soho, New York, where there were doctors, and the doctor shot me in the fucking thumb with the worst shot I've ever gotten in my goddamn life. I still remember it. It was the worst pain I've ever experienced. They took a needle and they stuck it through my goddamn thumb all the way through to basically where the fucking, like right here in this fucking thumb. I'll never forget it. They stuck me through my goddamn thumb with a needle all the way through to the fucking nail. All the way through to the nail. And I remember how traumatizing it was. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, what did you do to my thumb? And I was so young, I don't think I even spoke English at that point. I don't think I even spoke English. That's what I remember about this fucked up shit. I don't remember anything other than the needle. I don't remember the doctors. I remember a couple of key details, like they were in blue scrubs and they had yellow face masks and they stuck me in the thumb with a fucking needle. And I got the impression at a very young age, and I've had this impression all of my life, that it was a vaccine that wasn't legal. I still think this. I still think it. I still think that was a vaccine that wasn't legal. I didn't like my father when he left. I never spoke to him again. I didn't like my father. I still don't like my father. And there's really no reason to dislike my father, really. I mean, he kind of threw a television to my mother when I was like 8 years old and they were kind of going through a divorce and stuff. But there's really no reason to dislike my father that much, other than he was kind of a drunk, self-centered asshole like me. But I mean, like, there was no real reason to hate or dislike my father or disbelieve him about anything that he said or anything. But he told me that I just had a fever dream. And I was like, I think when I was 7, I think I told him. I think I remember telling him this. I was like, that is the worst lie anybody's ever fucking told me. I did not have a fucking fever dream. You stuck my thumb with something that really fucking hurt, and I don't know what it is. And that's what I remember telling him when I was like 5. I remember all of this very distinctly. And I don't like what I remember. I still don't like what I remember. It's not like I made this up. It fucking happened. I don't like what I remember. I remember that he hid something. I remember that he hid the fact that I was shot in the thumb by some kind of fucking crazy quack, like, who was promising some kind of like fucking crazy, vaccination or something like that. I remember the part that I remember the most is the fucking car ride home in a vehicle I had never rode in before, ever. It was a fucking VW Bug that was loaned by my by my brother's wife or something like that. And my father drove me home in a VW Bug that I had never rode in before. And for some reason, I was having not some reason, but because whatever they had given me in New York, this is such a crazy fantasy, but I want to view it as a fantasy, but I'm just going to tell you what actually happened. I mean, I know what happened. He drove me from Pennsylvania to New York, and it took like 5 hours. When we got there, he took me upstairs to a 44th floor fucking place, and I remember the elevator because it took fucking forever. When we got there, he submitted me to doctors. As soon as I got out of the elevator, he submitted me to doctors who immediately brought me to another room, shined a big bright light in my fucking face, and I'm not making this up. This happened, motherfucker. This happened. I want to go into my grave believing that this happened. He shot me with my fucking thumb with some kind of crazy vaccination that made my fucking brain boil. I was a normal person up until that point. I was a normal kid. I would say I was a normal kid up until that point, until they shot whatever they shot into my goddamn thumb. I was a normal kid. And I remember it very clearly. And I'll say it on fucking stream and I'll publish it too. I remember it very clearly. I remember being attacked when I was like 5 years old. Not sexually, just Somebody stuck me in my thumb with a nasty fucking needle, the kind of witch that you don't ever forget. And then I remember the fever dream going home was like I had fried my brain and I was having a full-blown crazy fucking fever dream hallucination at the age of 7 due to what I told myself later was chicken pox. I told myself later, and I remember now because that's the lie that I told myself when I was 5. I was like, I don't know how to explain this sickness that I had when I was 5 that damn near racked my brain. And I hope it was chicken pox. I hope it was chicken pox. I think I fried my brain on chicken pox. That's what my mother and I came to when I talked about her. I talked to her about this recently. I was like, I remember having a terrible fever dream when I was 5 and riding home in a fucking VW bug that we didn't own. My father submitted me to a doctor who shot me in the thumb with some kind of crazy fucking, either it was like maybe a anti-rabies vaccine or some kind of vaccine, some kind of fucked up vaccine that I'll never forget. And the shot itself was like liquid ichor or liquid acid in my fucking bloodstream. And I remember it in my left thumb. It traveled from where they shot me in the thumb all the way throughout all the rest of my body and fried my fucking brain. It fried my brain. I remember I had some weird fucking hallucinations about how I had gone on a bus and I had talked to the bus driver, even though I was 7 years old, 5 years old, something like that, maybe 6 years old, something like that. I had this crazy hallucination in the back of a VW bug as the sun beat down on me, and that was what it was. He threw me in the back of a fucking car that he didn't own, and he drove me across 2 state lines to a small town in Pennsylvania from Soho, New York. And that part I remember very fucking clearly. I remember it very clearly. As sure as I live and breathe, as sure as I drinking water or juice right now, as sure as the sun will rise tomorrow, I remember that part very clearly. As sure as I live and breathe. I don't remember almost any of the rest of it. It's all just weird impressions of a fucked up day when I was like 5 years old and stuff. But I remember the fucking ride home. I remember it very clearly. He didn't put down the fucking seat of the VW bug. Or I'm sorry, the cover of the VW bug. It was a what do they call that? A convertible VW bug. I think it was my cousin's, or sorry, my half brother's, not my half brother, but I think it was like my father's brother's son's car or something like that. And he was doing something sneaky, which is why this stands out so much in my brain. And then he took me all the way to Soho, New York, which I really remember. I remember doing the whole trip out there, and I remember getting to the fucking building. And I remember taking an elevator to like the fucking 45th floor or something like that. And as soon as I stepped out of the elevator, a bunch of doctors fucking swarmed me, and they shot me in my left thumb with some kind of crazy vaccination that at the time I believe was some kind of anti-rabies vaccination, because that's the only vaccination I'd ever heard of before, was an anti-rabies vaccination. So that's what I assumed it was when I was like 5 years old, and I still would make that assumption. I think when I was 5 years old, I think they gave me a rabies vaccination, but something in that vaccination was fucked up, something like that, and it caused my Asperger's, and it caused my brain to fry, because I remember my brain frying. I remember it happening. I remember it very clearly. We were in a fucking VW bug on the way home from Soho, New York to fucking New Jersey, and I remember it very clearly. It was my father and I was sitting in the back of that fucking car. And I told him, I'm so hot, and it was cold. It was a cold day. It was like 50 degrees out, and I was like, it's cold, but I'm so hot. You've got the roof of this car like open, and the sun is just beating down on me. And at that point, I had like a 5-hour fucking fucked up fever dream, and then I remember waking up in my mother's arms. That's it. That's the whole fantasy. And all my life, I've considered this a fantasy. But understand, I did not dream up that man I did not dream up that man. I've never been prone to flights of fancy. I did not dream up this man with a fucking chopper in our front lawn. I did not dream that up. I did not dream up my father taking me across 2 state lines to a doctor's clinic who shot me up with some kind of rabies fucking vaccination in my left thumb, which was the worst pain I've ever experienced almost in my whole life, was that fucking stabbing pain of them sticking a needle through the bottom of my thumb, through the nail of my left thumb. Did this happen? Absolutely not. My mother will tell you this didn't happen. It's all entirely in my imagination, but it's a vivid fucking dream. If there ever was one, I remember the fever drive home and the sun beating down in my eyes and just being like, I'm so thirsty and so hot and all this shit. And he was like, we've only been out here for like 3 hours. You're fine. And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm having a fever dream and I'm sick, and whatever the doctor did to me is making me sick. And I was just trying to communicate this to him. But I was like 5 3/4 years old. I couldn't communicate shit to him. All I know was how much pain that goddamn needle was in my thumb. I'll never forget it. I've experienced some fucked up shit, like some cops have thrown me in the back of a goddamn paddy wagon with some broken ribs and bounced me around like a fucking tennis ball or like a fucking soccer ball on a fucking soccer field. And that pain still wasn't as bad as that fucking needle that my father put me through when I was like 5 years old. It was the worst pain of my goddamn life. I'll never forget it. They put a needle in my thumb that they really shouldn't have been putting there. And they shot me with something that they shouldn't have shot me with. And it was fucked up. And I'll never forget it. I'll never forget a second of it. It was like I was abducted by my father, sold out to somebody else, infected with some kind of fucked up vaccine, and then returned in a car that we didn't own, and having a fever dream because of the vaccination in the middle of the New Jersey spring where it was like 50 degrees. He had the top down in that fucking crappy VW Bug that he didn't own. And I'll never forget it. He did not own that Bug. And I remember very, 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 very cognizantly how much I disapproved of him driving that car that he didn't own. You know, I was like, I've never seen this car. I still think of it at the age of 40 some odd years. I think back as some of the most indignation I've ever felt was when my father tried to convince me that he owned that VW Bug when I had never seen it before. Or that he was, or that nothing happened. He told me nothing happened when they stuck my thumb with something that I'll never forget. The rest of my goddamn life, I'll never fucking forget it. I remember when they stuck me in my thumb. It was the worst goddamn pain I've ever experienced in my life. You can say that it didn't happen. It fucking happened. It happened as sure as I live and breathe as the sun rose. As the sun will rise tomorrow. That motherfucker happened. That happened to me. And I don't know what it means. I don't know what any of it fucking means. I've never known what it means. It drives me fucking crazy. I don't think it means anything. I think all the people involved are dead of old age. I don't think it means anything at all except my pain and fucking suffering, and that's it. I think that's all it means. And I get very angry when I think of this stupid shit. And it's been even like some 7 odd years since I've even thought of it either. I haven't even thought about this since I was like 35 or something like that. I just wrote this whole thing off all of my goddamn life. But I remember very clearly what happened. I remember very clearly, and my mother even is like, no, this never happened. You're tripping. You're imagining it. You never harmed your thumb. We never shot you with a needle. Your father never had you and drove you to New York. She was just like, that. This never happened. And I was like, yeah, I got the fucking impression. I'm sorry, but I got the fucking strong impression that he didn't want you knowing what he was doing. I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you how I feel. I really feel that he did not want you knowing what he was doing. I don't know what it was.
I show in my vehicle, give them...
Maybe they were abducting me for some child sex ring. Maybe they were sticking a fucking needle in my thumb. Maybe they were giving me a vaccination that caused, I've come up with so many crazy fucking, crazy fucking things to explain that day in my life. I've told myself that it was the chicken pox. I told myself that it was sunstroke. I told myself that it wasn't a kidnapping, that it was like essentially just my father being my family member. I remember the trip to New York and how fucking miserable I was. I remember screaming about it. I remember getting up out of the elevator and being stuck in the thumb pretty much immediately as I met the doctor. The doctor was like, hello, and then stuck me in the goddamn thumb. I'll never fucking forget it. It was like no hesitation, nothing at all. He was just like, hello, son, and then he fucking stuck me in my goddamn thumb with the worst fucking pain I've ever experienced in my goddamn life. And I've wrecked. I've been in car wrecks. I've broken my clavicle and shoulder, but that pain wasn't anything like what they put me through when I got that fucking needle in my thumb. Nothing like it. I remember my brain frying afterwards for like 8 hours, something like that. I really do. It was like 8 hours and stuff. And I remember I was a normal kid before that. And then after that, I was not normal. I couldn't pronounce words anymore. I remember being very angry at my fucking father. And this came out later, like when I was like 15 years old. I remember being very fucking angry at my fucking father. And he was like, well, he sent me a fucking letter and being like, would you like to be in my life anymore? Select A, select B, check A, check B, or C, none of the above. And he sent me this cold-hearted, fucked up like survey as to whether I wanted to be his son anymore. And I was like, no. I checked no on his yes and no questionnaire. I was like, no. Check no. Bye. Have a nice life. And he never did anything to me to warrant that kind of fucking treatment. But I don't feel bad about that treatment. He didn't do anything to warrant that kind of treatment for me at all. But I don't feel bad about it at all because I suspect something really nastier was going on in the fucking background. I have no fucking memory of it at all. I suspect something really nasty, and honestly, I would prefer if it was child sex or something like that. Or a child sex ring. I think that's a lot more explainable than what happened to me. I don't know what happened that fucking day. I know that it was fucked up and it fucked up my brain for the rest of my life. I know that I never really trusted my father after that. I know that I never really ever spoke to him again. I mean, I know what the fucking realities are, but I mean, I don't know what the truth is. You know, but I just suspect something really nasty happened to me, and I had to like, you know, fucking hide it. I had to like hide it from myself. And I don't think it was something nasty like sex because I don't have any of the fucking, you know, any of the warning signs, none of it. I don't have any of it. I don't think I was ever abused or sexually molested. I think they ran experiments on me, and I think they did it so carefully and so quickly that I wasn't truly aware of it beyond a fever dream. And the fever dream makes me sick because I remember that very clearly. I remember that one is a fucking, okay, I remember the fever dream very fucking clearly. It's not something that I manufactured in my brain or whatever. That image is in my fucking head. I remember it. It was like 5 hours of lolling around like a depraved fever victim or something, like on malaria. It was like the rantings and ravings of a malaria victim as he let me exposed to the sun in the back of that fucking VW bug for 5.5 fucking hours after they stuck me in the thumb with something that wasn't normal. And I'm sorry, but that's what I remember. That's what fucking happened. I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't care if anybody ever believes me or not. That's what fucking happened. I'll tell you what happened. I remember what I remember. I'll tell you what happened. I was abducted by my father when I was like fucking 7 years old. I was brought to some crazy, I remember these images are very clear in my fucking head. I was brought to some fucking fucked up doctor's fucking sanctum. I don't know. It's not a hospital. It was like a doctor's like hideaway. It was like a doctor's hideaway on the 43rd or 44th floor of a New York building. And then I remember as soon as I got out of the elevator, some tall ass doctor who was like maybe twice my size came bending down to me. He pulled up my fucking finger and shot me in my goddamn thumb pretty much immediately with the worst pain I've ever experienced in my goddamn life. Broken ribs weren't the same. Like, nothing in my life has been that same. Broken appendages have not been the same. The amount of pain that I felt when he stuck me in that he stuck me in my thumb with some crazy fucking needle that was like literally like that fire. I remember the fucking needle. Like, I remember my fucking hand right now. I remember the needle like the back of my hand. They stuck me with a fucked up needle when I was like 7 years old. I don't like this memory. I want to believe that it's just the fucking ravings of a madman. I would have believed that it didn't happen. But I'm going to tell you that it did happen, and I remember the fucking images of it. I remember the face of the doctor. I remember the fucking needle. I remember the fucking building. I remember the 5 hours of transport to get there and back. I remember all of this shit. I remember the fever dream and in the VW bug very, very, very clearly. I was like 5.5 years old. I wasn't blessedly young enough to be able to forget any of it. I remember most of it. You know, and I don't like this about myself. I think it's something, there's some indication of something really nastier, but I don't like this thing about myself. But I know that I got shot in the thumb with some kind of fucked up needle when I was like 5 years and 9/10 or something like that. I was like 5 years and some odd months. And my mother was not there for any of it. She was the real guardian. My father was the guardian at the time because she was working full time, and he was essentially the babysitter. But she was the one who was actually raising me. And I remember that fucking needle, and I never did like him ever again. Ever again. And so all of my life, I wanted to believe that that needle was some sort of fucked up fever dream that just didn't happen. That, like, you know, that I just made up for myself to tell me some kind of mythos about my father or some such. Like, you know, I'm prone to fantasy or something like that. I still don't believe that it totally happened. I know that it happened because I have these fucking strange memories from about when I was almost 6 years old, from my father abducting me away from my mother, taking me away for 5.5 fucking hours to some fucking fucked up place in New York where there was a bunch of doctors who didn't even wait to talk to me. They just stuck me in my goddamn thumb the second that they met me. I remember that part of it mostly clear. The most clear. The second I stepped out of the fucking elevator, there was some crazy 6'7" Aryan, tall, blonde doctor who was leaning over me as my father restrained me, and they shot me in my goddamn thumb with a needle that went through the goddamn cuticle of my fucking thumb. I don't know what happened. I want to believe this didn't happen. But I know it happened, motherfucker. I know it like the sun is gonna rise tomorrow. I remember that this happened. I'm certain of it. I've had my family tell me lately that I was a liar, that I'm making this up and stuff. And I'm like, no. I very much remember that this happened. I remember, it's not some fucking fantasy. I remember every step of it. From like waking up at 3:30 in the afternoon, and my father picked me up from the fucking pre-Montessori school at like pre-K. I was like maybe 5 years and 10 months, something like that. And he drove me 5.5 fucking hours back and from New York City. And at the top of the building that he brought me to in New York City, they introduced me to a needle. They didn't say hello. They just stuck me in my goddamn thumb as soon as they met me. As I got out of the elevator, I remember the doctor leaned down, grabbed my hand, and stuck me in my goddamn thumb with a needle pretty much the second I met him. And it was so weird that it stuck out all of my life. I'm not telling you that this happened. I believe that it is complete fucking fever dreams of an asshole who has no idea what's going on at all. But I mean, this happened, motherfucker. This happened to me. I wish it didn't. That shit happened to me. I really kind of really get jealous of those people who are like, oh, my uncle kind of raped me in the back hallway or the room, or my pastor fucking, sexually abused me or some shit. I'm jealous of those fucking people because I get the fucking very clear concept that they have an idea of what happened to them. I have no fucking idea what happened to me. I have all the fucking acting out signs of a severe rape victim, but I believe the worst thing that ever happened to me was a vaccination. I'm just telling you the truth. I don't believe I've ever been touched by anybody inappropriately. I don't think I've ever been scarred by anybody inappropriately beyond the man who tried to kill me with a circular saw. But I do remember the doctor sticking me in my thumb with the worst fucking shot I'd ever even fucking conceived of in my whole life. I remember that I lost myself for about a day. And I remember, like, the only part of it that I do remember was lolling out in the back of a fucking VW Bug with no fucking sunroof. And it was like spring and it was like 50 degrees out, but the sun was out. And so I baked in the sun for 2.5 hours from the ride back from New York to New Jersey. And that part of it was more scary to me than the needle was, because I remember it doing damage to my fucking brain. And I think it did. I sat in fever dreams for 5.5 fucking hours, not knowing who I was or where I was going or what happened or anything like that. I had this nasty fucking like scar on my thumb for like, I don't know, 5 months or something like that. I remember that very clearly. I remember like a lot of this stupid shit, but I just want to believe that none of it happened. I just want to believe, I'll tell you right now, I really want to believe that none of this happened, that it's just the fucking rantings of a fucking crazy man. But I know what I saw. I know what they did to me. I know where he took me. I know who I saw. I remember the doctors that I saw that day. I remember the 5 hours of fever dream, boredom, and fury that I fucking faced in the back of that crappy, it was like a crappy red VW Bug with a black fucking black drop top, and I had never seen that car before, and I've not seen it ever since. And that stuck out with me, that I never saw the car ever again, because when you're a kid, you kind of see like repeats of stuff. You see, you know, your family coming, maybe your aunt or your cousin or something, maybe every couple of years, and you get kind of a faint memory of something. But I don't remember ever getting in voluntarily a VW Bug in my whole goddamn life. But I remember that red VW Bug that my father abducted me with and took me home from New York with. I wish I did. I wish I didn't. You know, but the memory is very, very, very fucking strong, and I've never liked him. I never trusted him. I didn't talk to him past the age of like 11. I always thought him to be up to really no good at all, and I hate my father. I hated my father back when he was alive. He's dead now, but I hated my fucking father, and all my life I told myself it's just daddy issues. That's all it is. You're weird and you're fucked up, and you believe that something that happened didn't happen. Something that didn't happen happened, and you know, you believe your father was responsible, but he didn't have the power or the people or the connections or anything like that. He was just not like that. And so all of the fantasy and all of the lies that I told myself, I just tell myself that they're lies and that I'm worthless and that what I remember is worthless and that my memories are worthless. I just tell myself that all the time. I tell myself that my memories of when they stuck me in my thumb with some kind of crazy fucking vaccine that fried my fucking brain are just, you know, right now my brain is fried. I'm talking to you from the fried brain. I'm talking to you right now from the fried brain. Some elements of it are just like ancient memories of me, but some of it are very visual cues from what was essentially to me like not a rape, but essentially an assault. They're like details in an assault. And I don't like this. I don't like that it came up like 27 years later, because I had a friend who had completely, you know, bifurcated his mind, and he convinced himself that the sexual abuse that his mother and his father inflicted upon him, his mother and his father were putting out cigarettes on his penis when he was 6 years old. And he regressed this for this is my friend Christopher. I can say his name because he's passed now. But my friend Christopher, he was raped by his father and his mother in a hippie commune when he was like, I don't know, 7, something like that. And because they were so bad to him, he partitioned his brain and he broke his own brain and forgot that it happened. And then his mother was out of his life and his father was institutionalized. And for 14 years, we watched him regress from a really awesome, cool punk kid to some kind of sexual assault victim who didn't have a personality anymore. I don't know how else to put it. That's exactly what happened. He started out like Billy Joe from Green Day, and that was his biggest hero too. He dressed like Billy Joe. He talked like Billy Joe. He worshiped Billy Joe from Green Day. He had all the Green Day posters all over his house, and we all thought he was going to grow up to be an awesome punker kid like Billy Joe. But no, his father and his mother raped him when he was like 5 and put cigarettes out on his penis, and this is why I don't like humanity. He regressed it for 17 fucking years, and when he was 16 years old, his mother just kind of walked into his life again, and this unlocked everything that he had ever been through, you know? And I watched this with somebody else, and I was like, this can't be me. This is not me. This is not my story. This did not happen to me. I don't believe that's what happened to me. I just don't think that's what happened to me. I don't think that's what happened to me. I still don't. I don't think that's what happened to me. I don't think I was part of some government cover-up. I think it was some fucked up memory that had to do with the chicken pox. And I really believe this more than I believe that I'm living and breathing, or that, you know, that we live in America or whatever. It's like more so I believe that no matter what I think happened that day, I know what I remember, and what I remember cannot be disputed, which was that I took a trip to New York. It can't be disputed in my mind anyways. I took a trip with my father to New York. I met some doctors. They shot something in my thumb. I proceeded to have a fever dream for about 6.5 hours in a drop top fucking VW as he drove me home all the way from in the spring cold. I think he was hot and I think he was drunk. And I think he drove me home in the spring cold, and I had a fever dream because of it, because I was freezing cold. We were in a fucking car and he was going really fast all the way back to New Jersey and stuff. But the sun was out and it was blaring, even though it was a cold day. And my brain fried, even though my body was freezing to death. And I'll never forget any of it. I was freezing to death, but he fried my brain. He did. He fried my fucking brain. I'll never forget it. I remember the day it happened. He fucking fried my brain with either some kind of vaccination and or some kind of fucking overexposure to sun in the middle of the fucking winter. In the middle of the winter, he overexposed me to sun. And it caused me to have some kind of crazy fever dream hallucination for several hours. And I remember what I remember, but do I think it happened? Absolutely the fuck not. I think it's all the rantings and ravings of a crazy person. But the problem is, I believe that this happened more so than I believe this stream exists. You know, I believe that it happened. I know that it happened. I know that I met the doctors. I know that they stuck me in my goddamn thumb the second that I fucking met them. I remember the fucking 2.5 hour drive home from fucking New York for no reason that my father did not tell my mother about. I remember the fucking fever dream from being exposed in the fucking sun for way too long. And I want to boil it down to that and say that my father was careless on a spring morning in, I don't know, 1989 or something like that, 1990, and he fucking drove me home from Soho, New York in a fucking crappy VW that he got from maybe a girlfriend or something. I don't know where he got that car from, but I've never seen or heard from that car since. I don't know who owned that car, but he absolutely did not own the VW Bug that I absolutely rode home in with him. And he drove, and I remember him smiling a lot and pointing at the sky. I think he pointed out, I think that day, that there was some kind of eclipse or something like that. It was just like fucking crazy. I think he pointed out there was an eclipse, but my brain was fried from the exposure to the sun in the back of the car and the needle shot that they had put in my thumb. I don't remember anything that happened at all, basically, past that point. I remember having a fever dream and a 3-hour harried ride home where my father kept telling me how wonderful the sky was and all the stars and the beautiful lights and everything. That's all I remember. That's it. Oh, incoming tell from who? Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. Oh, hello, experience points. Do you need it? Oh no, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't know why my anon is off. I'm sorry. Burn party needs a rep. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't, but good luck. Too drunk to fight. I can't, but good luck. Too drunk to fight. I just said it. I'm too drunk to fight. I'm sorry. I told him the truth. I'm telling you the truth right now. I'm telling you the truth. I've always told the truth to anybody who ever asked me a question. All the people in my life know I've never lied about anything. Good luck. I don't know why my anon was off in the first fucking place. I don't ever remember taking that off ever. See? But whatever, I must have. And like, I remember that happened. It did happen. I'm certain of it. I'm more certain of it than I am of anything else in my fucking life. I remember every minute of it almost. I remember the fast drive home. I remember the doctors and how fast they were. It was like they abducted me out of the elevator and shot me in my thumb inside of 5 minutes or something. And you know how the memory is? I'll tell you how the memory is. I remember the doctor shooting me in the thumb in the elevator as we arrived. As we rode up the elevator opens and this big tall doctor with a white shirt and blue scrubs steps into the fucking elevator, holds up my hand and my thumb, and takes the fucking needle to my thumb. And I was like, what? I screamed the loudest and the most angriest I've ever been. And I fought them hard. I was like, this hurt. This was the most pain I'd ever experienced in my whole life still, I think. And I'm sorry. I know that sounds like some kind of fevered hallucination because it probably was. I mean, it probably was. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I remember. Is it real? Absolutely, probably the fuck not. I guarantee that it's not. I'm just telling you what I remember very vividly, you know? I don't know if it's real. I don't have a lot of memories. Do you know, I've never had a dream that I remember. I often can't remember most things that happen. I often can't remember what day it is or what time it is, you know? Memory and me, we don't really get along too well. My memory is pretty fucking faulty, which is why I believe that nothing happened, you know? But this memory is very fucking clear in my brain. I remember every minute of it. I remember every second of it. I remember the pain from the abduction and the needle. I remember the fever dream in the car home afterwards, in the car that I had never rode in before, and how alarming it was to me that I was having a fever dream riding in a car at the age of 6 that I had never rode in before. And I remember how really alarming that was at that time. I was like, I've never been in this car. I've never met the people that my father introduced me to. I've never seen the doctors who stuck me in my thumb. I've never been in this fucking weird VW, fucking red VW bug with a black drop top in the fucking summer heat, even though it was freezing cold. Like, I would say like September, maybe. It was like September and it was freezing cold, but he had the drop top down and he was baking me with the fucking sun for some reason. And it fried my goddamn brain. I've never been able to think clearly after that. I've never been able to think clearly about any of it. About what happened that day, or any thoughts that I have in my brain, or when I try to write a paper or anything like that. I can't think clearly because I was brain damaged when I was like 7 years old. And people hate me because of it. Some people are like, oh, you got too high and you wandered off again. Or you're Mr. Space Cadet again. Or anything like that. No, I believe I was victimized very badly somehow when I was young, and I don't know what it is, but it fucking fried my brain, and now I have Asperger's, and I can't very well fucking form a cognizant thought. And I believe I was damaged very horribly, and nothing you could ever say will change my opinion of that. And do I blame anybody? No, because I don't believe that it happened. You know, I'm not even sure it happened. I just know what I remember, and those memories are not a joke. They're not a joke to me. Very clear all of my life. The red VW, the fever dream, the doctors, the shot of my thumb, New York, the 5-hour fucking journey to and from it, all that shit, all of it. I remember all of it, like some kind of weird fucked up fever dream from Stranger Things or something like that. And do I want to say that it means something? Absolutely not. I have zero proof, and I think that it's the fever dreams of a fucking drunk. That's about as that is the most legitimacy I'm willing to give to it.
Give those people a way to be able to tell their stories and to be able to come out and express what they.
And sometimes I feel like some of these people have a real story like I do, but then the whole fantasy around Bigfoot and you know, conspiracy theories and JFK and MLK and all that shit, right? Some of the actual stuff that they did kind of gets lost in the fucking sauce of what they just sort of portrayed. And we all have images of what they portrayed, but we don't have the images of what actually happened in our brains. We don't really have that. I think they were very good at disguising that from us.
They saw, right? And a lot.
Do I think we should take action because of this? No. Do I believe that what I'm saying is real? No, I don't. Do I believe that what I'm saying is a matter of fact? No, I don't. I think it's about as real as a thought in my brain is. It's about as real as any thought that anybody has. It's about as real as anything else. But I know what happened. I'm certain of it as I live and breathe. I know every fucking second of it. I remember the fear that I felt. I remember the abduction. I remember the fever dream and the car ride home afterwards and all this other shit that I just don't wish that I remembered. But I do. I remember it very clearly. It's like my first cognizant thought was this idea that the doctors had just tried to kill me, and that whatever they had just tried to kill me with didn't kill me, and now my brain had fried, and now I'm stereotypically Asperger's afterwards. Does it mean anything? No. Do I want to make accusations? Fuck no. Can I prove any of it? Absolutely the fuck not. I'm just trying to tell you what I remember and what I believe. That's it.
A lot of people won't do that because they're afraid to get ridiculed and made fun of.
Yeah, I don't want to be ridiculed by people. I don't want to be like talked about like I was some kind of CIA assassin or some kind of nut kid or I don't want my family murdered or a plane to crash or anything like that. So I just talk about what happened, tell you what I think happened, and then tell you what I remember, which is like a fever dream in the back of a VW red Volkswagen when I was like 6 years old. That means nothing. When I had a child, I had a fleeting glimpse out of the corner of my eyes, you know? Like Pink Floyd, and that's about as clear as Roger Waters could be. Is about as clear as I could be. I don't know what happened. I know that I took brain damage, and I'm not the same person anymore. I know that happened.
Like that, my show gives them those people a way to be able to tell their stories in a very professional way, right?
Once again,
I think when they saw how crazy I was actually going to be, I think they crippled me.
Becoming discouraged. As a news
it's a shitty suspicion about your fellow human beings, but I mean I do. I think when they saw what potential I actually had, I think they crippled me on purpose.
Team, were we really any closer to finding Bigfoot than we
No,
were?
we're not any closer to finding the truth about any of this. And honestly, chasing it this late into the game when it's been 67 years since we've done anything in terms of conspiracy theories at all. It's been 67 years of conspiracy theories and not a single goddamn conviction beyond Martin Luther King's wife sued the FBI to prove that there was an assassination conspiracy, and she won that court case. That is about the only fucking validation that we've had in the fucking conspiracy theory community is 67 fucking years, and it comes up in my life constantly that I backed a dead horse for, you know, that's been around for 67 fucking years that yielded nothing at all except uncertainty and doubt. That was it. I don't know what happened with JFK. I don't know what happened with MLK. I don't know what happened with the aliens. I don't know what happened with the Pope. I don't know what happened with the church. I don't know what happened with all those priests. I don't know what happened with the fucking government. I don't know who's in the deep state and who isn't. I don't know if the dark web is even a thing. I don't know if VPNs are even a thing. I don't know if a lot of the things that we believe are real are even a thing. Sometimes I think that everything in this existence is some kind of crazy creation of my own. All the devils and the gods are made up by myself, you know? And I don't know about any of this, but I know that I just want to be here and I just want to keep talking. I'm going to tell you my truth whether you believe it or not, and I don't want anybody to believe anything about me other than this has been incredibly hard. It's been incredibly hard to be the victim of that fever dream abduction. It was incredibly hard to live my life with a fucked up, broken brain. The fever dream comes back sometimes, and I'm just in some delirious, mad dream sometimes. It's fucked up like that. I really don't like it. Everybody I've ever met is decent, but I believe nothing but the worst about them, which is something really fucked up about me. I don't really understand that. I just believe that the most nicest, most wonderful people in my life are capable of the greatest evils for some reason, so I just don't trust anybody at all anymore, and I really don't like that. I don't like this about any. I wouldn't call any of these things like a mental affliction. I would call it a spiritual affliction. It's like this idea that my path might be the illuminating factor for other people who need help.
Or when the day began.
I don't know how else to say it. Like, my path might be important to others, I guess. My path and my history and my past might be important to others. That's about as specific as I can be. I don't know what it means. Sometimes I chase it at night. I'm like, oh my God, I'm high on 5 drugs and 2 alcohols, and I just had sex, and I'm like, I'm in this zone right now where I'm touching chakra and God and all this, and I'm at one with the universe and everything, and I'm just pondering why everything needed to be so fucked up and hard, and I just don't have an answer.
Bigfoot. I'd probably avoid places like
So at that point, I think Bigfoot is actually a better answer than anything that I have in my brain. You know, Bigfoot is a better answer than anything in my brain.
that. I signaled to my...
I can relate to it. I have a Bigfoot story. Not a Bigfoot story, but I've seen my Bigfoot, and it was my childhood abduction by my father to some government doctors who shot me in the thumb with some kind of fucked up vaccine that fried my brain. How is the plausibility of what I believe happened to me any different from what happened to them? And I didn't make this story up. I don't want these fucking memories. I don't want the memory of my brain frying in the back of the car. It's something that haunts me my entire goddamn life. Like lolling about in the back of that fucking piece of shit red Volkswagen Beetle as it like soared across the eastern coast from New York to New Jersey really fast. I just sat in the sun, and the sun fucking bleached my brain dry. Pretty much. It just like between the shot of my thumb and the sun that was beating down on me for five and a half fucking hours, I had the worst fever dream any child's ever had, and it pretty much warped my brain, warped my personality, warped my fucking shit. I want to believe that my father just exposed me to sunlight too much. I want to believe that's what it is, but I don't think so. I'm fairly sure that somebody stuck me in my thumb with some kind of goddamn chemical that fucked up my brain.
Production team that it was time to bounce.
I'm as sure as I am that the sun is going to rise tomorrow. It's not something that I've made up for myself. I remember the needle. I remember the blood. I remember them piercing my thumb with it. I remember the fucked up doctors. I remember the basically the flee from chaos that we did afterwards, and the ride home and all of it. I remember all of it. Every second of it. It was like torture. My brain fried, and I was there to witness it. My brain fried in the sun. Something about it, between the fever dream that I had from the chemicals they gave me and the sun that he exposed me to on the ride home. And it literally, it bleached my brain dry, it bleached my bones dry, it bleached my muscles, it fucked up my pituitary gland. Whatever they did to me, it fucked me up so goddamn badly.
But then suddenly, a brave
Whatever
man...
they did to me, I've never recovered from it. Whatever they did to me, right? And it sounds like the rantings and the ravings of a fucking crazy man, but I'm certain of this as I live and breathe. I'm certain of it as I know the sun's gonna rise tomorrow. I was abducted when I was like 6.5 years old, and they took me to some fucking crazy, fucked up hospital when I was like 6.5. My father did this, and he brought me upstairs to the 43rd or 44th floor or something like that, and the doctors rushed in the elevator, and they shot my thumb full of some crazy chemical that fried my fucking brain. Do I want to believe this? No. I just have the memories. Do I want to believe these things happen? No. Just the other day, my mother was like, no, this did not happen. And I was like, I'm going to take your word for it. I'm going to take your fucking word for it.
And emerged from the shadows to interrupt Mike's presentation with hard facts about his experiences with the big feet.
How many Bigfoot have you seen?
How many Bigfoot have I seen? 0. Big.
Okay, I live with them.
Okay.
I'll give you a card. You with him? I've done this for a lot of years, and they're not what people think.
No, there's this theory that there's like interdimensional travelers here and we don't know what the fuck's going on. And while I don't subscribe to that theory, I don't doubt it. Because I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what happened here. I really do not know.
Okay. Interesting.
You got any questions? I got an email address.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we totally communicate through emails a lot, all the time.
Cool.
Name's Stacy Hazlitt. I've been living with the Bigfoot in my life since about 2009. If you don't live with the Foots, you don't know the Foots. My life was raised for this. I also have a thing I do call out. Things come out of my mouth that happen.
Nope.
Happen later. That's irrelevant to this. Yeah, the Bigfoot come to me in about 2009, a property I bought in 96. They were around my property for a long time, but they eventually showed up, and now they've got me as part of their clan.
He's lying out of his goddamn gills. He's lying out of his ass. You can see the random access memories as he spins them. Would you like to see it in real time? I can show you.
One that's with me no matter
How do you detect a liar as they're fucking lying to you in real time, right then and there, trying to deceive, trying to pull the big one over your fucking eyes and all that? How do we detect a liar as they lie, pants constantly on fire? Watch for the eyes. We're going to mute this and we're going to not listen to his jibber jabber. We're going to watch the eyes, right? Watch the eyes. He's testifying. See it? It's very scripted. Access.
You don't know the Foots. My life.
Lie. 7 lies all at once. You can see it from the eye access as he literally scans through his little muggle brain and tries to fucking fix some sort of lie to make it seem more fantastic than it is.
96. They were around my property for a long time, but
lie. It's weird because he believes that he's seen Bigfoot. He's not lying that he's seen Bigfoot. I don't think he's lying about that. I think he's lying about the times that they visited or whatever that he's talking about right now. See it?
My life was raised for this. Also have a thing.
Lie.
Thing I do.
Lie.
Call outs. Things come
lie.
Out of my mouth.
Lie.
Happen later.
Lie.
That's irrelevant.
Lie.
To this.
Your eyes are all over your fucking board. You ever play Battleship with a bad liar? You'll see their eyes go right, but they're trying not to fucking let you know that they figured something out or whatever. It's a furtive liar.
Yeah, the Bigfoot come to me in about 2009, a property I bought in 96.
Now this happened. You can see it. This actually happened to him.
They were around.
That's the truth.
But
no, they weren't. No, they weren't. This is a lie. He only ever saw them once.
For a long time.
But they were around his property. That is the truth.
But they eventually showed up, And now they've got me.
I think that was the truth, actually. Even though he random accessed it, it's because he's so dumb he doesn't understand the signals they sent him. And it's weird because I believe this man has had a sighting.
It's part of their clan. I have one.
There it is. Now, that's the truth. He's not lying right now.
I mean, no matter where I go.
Anything.
Yeah, then now that was the truth. Yeah.
That I am telling you, I am totally willing.
Lie.
To take a polygraph test.
Lie. No, you aren't.
And anybody who wants to.
No, you're lying. Yeah, you are self-deluded, and you can probably pass the polygraph, but self-delusion is just as dangerous as lying to the public. It is.
Submit me to a polygraph test.
Liars are a funny bunch. Often they'll believe themselves more than the other people believe them.
They have to promise and assure me that the results will be publicized.
My job from them is to let everybody know what they're about.
So you actually talk to them?
Yeah, and they're with me everywhere I go.
Now, that's the truth. That was the truth. There was no lies or anything about that. He talks to the Bigfoots all the time.
Like they're here now?
Yes, like the angels. The Bigfoots are with him all the time now, yeah.
My female is no doubt with me.
Yeah. He's not lying. This is not a lie. He's unhappy with how crazy he's sounding, which is what this look is about. But that is not a lie, Access. You understand it? That is the truth of this situation. He is ashamed of how crazy he sounds. But he is not telling a lie when he says this stuff.
I don't hear her right now, but
no, he doesn't hear her right now, but the female Sasquatch is with him all the time.
He's everywhere I go.
And I think yep, that's the truth. He did not lie about that. Did you see it?
So you actually talk to them?
Yeah, there's no lie here. There's no lie here. He is a spiritual conduit to some kind of ethereal being, if you believe in such claptrap.
And they're with me everywhere I go.
Like they're...
He is not lying, unfortunately.
They're here now?
My female is
No, the woman is not with him right now. But the woman is with him right now. He's lying about it. Do you see it? The female Sasquatch is standing next to him in his mind, but he's lying to the interviewer about it.
No doubt with me. I don't
there it is. You see it? He access, and he's like, I don't hear them all the time, but he does. He's schizophrenic, and he hears voices, and he thinks that they're the Bigfoot.
Right now, but she's everywhere I go.
Yeah, and it's weird that he's attached a female thing to it.
What do you mean by your female?
It's a female.
Oh, okay. But you don't. It's not a romantic relationship.
No. It's like a spiritual relationship.
Love relationship has went on for years, but there's no physicals. No.
This is a never-ending story for me because we still live with the Bigfoots.
Yeah, see, he's not lying. You see it? He still lives with the Bigfoots. He's had some kind of contact. You can see it in his eyes.
They still...
Whether this contact is real, I leave up to your ability to ascertain. I mean, I think this man is very capable of spinning his own realities, so I don't know if it matters much what he's saying. But did he see and commune with a Bigfoot and live with them for a time? And does he commune with them all the time? The answer is yes. Now, are those things real? I would say no.
Contact us. We're still in touch with them.
That's been going on.
He's not lying.
For a little while.
Do you think the government is hiding them from us?
They know about it.
No, I don't think the government knows about this. I think he's lying.
It's like we're just now coming out with UFOs.
No, I think he wants the government to know about it, but I don't think the government knows shit about this.
That's been known about a long time.
Yeah.
I think they've been charting the people who talk about it, but as for sightings, has there ever been a real one?
Government don't let you see things because they can do nothing about it.
Yeah, they can't do anything about it. So, like, it's weird. He's not lying about this. They probably know all about this and stuff, and the Bigfoot might even exist, and it might even be fucking psychically speaking to him. But it doesn't really matter in the long run. Nothing will ever happen with it.
UFOs, it's getting so prevalent, they got to come up with it.
No, No, I think that's where your circles. I think that's the situation your circles are in, where if you don't get some kind of acknowledgement from the fucking from the people, you just come across as some kind of peanut gallery. But I mean, I don't think you're lying, buddy. At least about the contact. I don't think you're lying about the contact. I think you're lying about all the other things that I think you think the other Bigfooters want to hear. But I don't think you're lying about the contact, which is kind of fucked up, you know? It makes you kind of question things a little bit. Like, I imagine, how was David Duchovny to portray Fox Mulder in, The X-Files? It's like this doubting Thomas believer. And the problem is, I want to believe this man because he's not telling lies about half of this stuff.